I almost hit the end stream button. All right, that good sign. All right, what am I doing? This is a stream where I had an idea, cause okay, so everybody knows about shitty opinions, bad hot takes, right? So I was trying to find a way to figure out to make this, like, do something like this to make it interesting. I thought about asking chat, which I think I might do at some point. Just asking, you know, you give me, because yesterday proved to me that some of you have some of the worst opinions I've ever seen. So I got to get that on content. But we're going to start with my opinions, I suppose. So here's the idea we have here. This is hot takes with hot sauce. How hot? I don't know. I have no idea. I'll show you the thing, though. I got the bottle here. I don't know how to apply hot sauce either. But, yeah, so what we're going to do is I got the sorter open. We're going to tie everything. But we're going to have the two characters next to each other, right? So an example here. We're starting with Sakuya and Ellen. So I'm going to tell you a hot take. Now, asterisk hot take because these might just be my opinions more than a hot take. But it's hard to think of something for every character. And we got to move the show around. So, you know, try not to get stuck too much. But I'm going to give you both of them. And then you, chat, are going to vote which one you think was the worst take. And depending on the discrepancy between the two of them will be the hotness of the sauce. So let me show you. So I got this. Let me just drink it so it's not in the way. What is that? It's me, is what it is. Right here. Me and my lovely hairline that is disappearing at an alarming rate. See? Look at that. Look at that hairline. It's okay. I just gotta get to 30 and I'll be okay. So this is what I have. This. What is this? Can you see this? Mad Gringo original hot sauce. Okay? I can't read this. The original. Mad Gringo was born of humble beginnings on December 21st, 2011. El Patrones experimented with guajillo and puya peppers and hit upon his unique recipe with this incredible flavorful hot sauce. Balanced the perfect amount of heat. Mad Gringo original enhanced dish. So, but then I also have this. I have this one. What is this? This is Deadly Inferno hot sauce. Okay, it says warning. Nice 1080p quality. I know. It says warning insane. This is not your grandmother's hot sauce unless your grandmother is one badass mamacita that lives dangerously on her custom chopper with the oldie station blasting at high decibels. Deadly Inferno is like a Molotov cocktail full of flavor. Once your taste buds feel the burn, you will be back for more. So, yeah. Drink it. No. So I got the camera specifically so you can see me eat them. Look at this. Look at it. Look at these. You see these? Look at that bowl of chicken wing. They were on sale. I was originally gonna use chicken tenders, like cheap tenders, but then I saw those on sale and I was like, all right, fine, I'll use those. I got out of the shower like an hour ago. All right, so the webcam will come on just so you can see that I'm eating them. That's the only reason for it, to be honest with you. That's literally the only reason. I don't plan on being there the entire time, just so you can see me eat the damn thing. So, let us start. First, /poll. I need to open a poll. Wait, how do I make a poll? What? Yeah. Okay, there we go. Question. Hotter. I said hitter. God damn it. Hotter take. I'm just prepping it so I can send it right away when I'm done talking. It also gives me time to think. Sakuya Ellen. You cannot, no, and you cannot influence the vote with points. All right, so starting off, Chot. Sakuya. Streamer hot take. I think Sakuya is one of the coolest characters in the entire series, both in her attitude, her ability, and just generally everything. And that is completely and utterly ruined by the maid outfit. Absolutely 100%. Sakuya is not nearly as cool as she would otherwise be because she wears that maid outfit. That completely ruins the cool factor of the character, despite everything else about her being cool. Alright, there you go. So that's very simple. Some of you already know that. Some of these I've said before. That's my Sakuya opinion. Ellen, my Ellen opinion. See, here's the way we run into the issue: is you need to actually like give a shit about a character to have an opinion on them, I suppose. Do I have an opinion on Ellen? Do I really have an opinion on Ellen? If I had to pick, I suppose. I guess my opinion is that Ellen is just depressing. Ellen is a character who is like perpetually happy-go-lucky, but like her story is that she just never ages, and then her memories wipe and she restarts, and it's just like everything about this character is just depressing. So when she smiles, I just feel bad. So it's hard to enjoy this character because I feel this like more pity for her than I do for characters like Shion. All right, there you go, chat. Vote. Vote, vote, vote. So, here's how the voting works. The discrepancy will decide the difference in sauce. So if it's not that bad, we'll go with the original hot sauce. If it's really bad, we'll go with the Deadly Inferno. And if it's not really anything at all, then I won't, I'll pass. So we got 1 minute to pass. There are a lot of characters in this series, if you didn't know. Hot take, cold take. How about instead of typing it in chat, you click the poll, then and use your words. Use your words. Use your words. Oh no. I wish I could make the poll shorter than 1 minute. I don't know if you can. Come on. 91% Sakuya. Oh. Okay. Well. All right. You know what? Maybe I reverse it. Maybe I reverse it. The closer the opinions are to each other, the hotter the take. No. Because now I'm thinking matchups like this, where it's obviously, oh god. Oh no, it's just gonna be matchup dependent. No, the take. I'm backpedaling. No, I'm backpedaling. Nope, I'm backpedaling. Okay, I'll eat the hot one. I'll eat the hot one for this one, but I'm changing the rules. And okay, so instead of, if it's overwhelmingly lopsided, then we won't. But if they're both equal, that means they're both equally pretty bad, which means that they're both hot. So we're combining the hotness. See? But I'll give you the fucking Deadly Inferno. All right, just let me go get my milk. I'll be right back. Wish I had a mini fridge. Alright. Alright. And so it begins. Mad gringo. I'll be right back again. Just give me a second. Forgot about like the bones. You know, chicken wings, they go and they get bones. I gotta put them somewhere. Alright. Chat, do you shake hot sauce before opening it? Because it's like, it's kind of wet, you see? Yes, okay. Chicken wing. How much do you apply, chat? How much hot sauce do you apply? Look at my big milk. Big milk. You dip it. I don't have a dip cup. Just dip one side. I guess I'll just put it a little bit. But it's like water. Okay. It's like a puddle. Do I like roll it in there? Do I like roll it in the sauce? Like, how do I do it? I don't really eat hot sauce. I don't know how to do this. Rub it in. Like rub it in the chicken wing. Can you see this? Can you see that it is sufficiently sauced? Can you see the drippy? Okay. That wasn't a chug. That wasn't a chug. That was a stick my tongue in milk. I don't have any more milk. That's all I have is that 1 liter. Okay. Alright, so remember what we said about new rule. Closer they are to even, the hotter it is. Oh. La. Flandre and Letty. Okay. One sec. I kind of want to just drink the milk because it's milk, but I really got to be careful with it. Cold water. I thought water was a bad idea for hot stuff. Alright. Flandre hot take. You want my hot take, streamer chat? Here's my hot take about Flandre. I don't think Flandre would be as popular as she is if Zun actually decided to use her in anything like he did for all the other EOSD characters from their debut to like fucking Touhou 10. And I think that a part of that, her popularity, attributes to Remilia's as well because of that. Oh. There you go. Nice and simple. Nice and simple. You can blame CDS. You can blame CDS if you've seen CDS. But I'm not really talking about CDS in particular. I'm saying that because there was so little about Flandre that existed, it created more more interesting takes on the character in general because she was such a blank slate of an interesting concept of a character, and that also allows her to interact with other characters differently, which is pretty important for Remilia, as a main example, because they're sisters, and how they interact is based on basically how they treat each other, right? How they see each other. Sometimes you get really deep stories about Flandre having animosity towards Remilia. Remilia not really being able to handle Flandre's ability, so she locks her away. Her being like looking up to Remilia a lot, very playful, and like there's a lot of different things that, by extension of Flandre's multiple personalities, goes to other characters. So I think that that in particular is what do you say? That in particular is why she's so popular. She would still be popular without that, but I think that a big part of her popularity is not creditable to Zun. Bohemian Archive is only a sliver, and it tells us about her power. So the only other inclusion that Zun ever really gave for her was her telling Aya what her ability like is in universe. So Zun kind of gave the keys to the castle to Flandre, and the fans exploded with it. And then when she brought her back in CDS, he caused quite a stir with that. So there you go. There's my opinion. Oh God! Ah! All right, Letty White Rock. What's my opinion? What's my hot take on Letty White Rock? Oh God. I have opinions on Letty, but like, I don't know if I would really call any of them hot takes. I'm not really sure. There's a couple things. One, I think her bloomers are awful. They just ruin her character aesthetic completely. Her character aesthetic is completely and utterly ruined by her pantaloons. But Hopeless Masquerade fixed that with those sleek white pants. I think Letty is at her best when she is the tired mom persona. kind of like the godmother of Cheerno and Friends. But I guess if you the hottest take I could have would be that her existence is completely and utterly meaningless. Like, of all the characters to come from PCB, Letty has nothing. Nothing. Like, Chen is related to Yukari and Ron and Yukari. Yuko and Yomu are Yuko and Yomu. Alice is Alice. And the Prism Rivers, I mean, Lyrica was a character in 9. And they show up in, like, the written works, and they show up as background. Like, they have presence in the future. Every character has presence in the future in some way. Lily shows up many times. Lily might have some of the most appearances in games next to the main characters, because she shows up like 7 different times over the course of Touhou games. But Letty doesn't do anything. So yeah, if Letty wasn't in PCB, like, it wouldn't matter. Nothing would change from PCB onward if Letty wasn't there. Which is really weird to say, because like, even the other characters who aren't as popular or appear as much, like again, like Chen and the Prism Rivers, they still appear because they're related or connected to events or people who do appear. But Letty's connections are pretty much all fanon. So Letty doesn't ever show up ever. She's got nothing. Alright. / poll. I'm not even... Do I need to put a question? Flandre... Letty. Must provide question. Hot. Super. Alright. Alright. I can't vote since I agree with both of these opinions. Shit. Come on. Come on, come on. Okay, does anyone know if you can actually make the polls, like, shorter than a minute? Cause Neuro has like 10-second polls. I don't know how she does that. Boop. Come on, come on. You're killing me. Chat, you're not gonna see every character this stream. Like, surely not, right? It's been 23 minutes. Why is it 50-50? Really? Again? I just changed the rules. Well, I'm not changing them back. Check 'em. Ah. I don't think there was as much sauce on that one, but also I'm a little more used to it. It kind of kicks you in the mouth after you eat it. Ah. Kicks you in the mouth after you eat it. It's good, though. It's actually a good sauce. It is actually a good sauce. It's just It is pretty hot. Alright. Well, that's good. I like how it got overwhelming. Oh, whoops. It got overwhelming, and then the next one, it was 50-50 exactly. After I changed the fucking rules. You guys suck at this. You know what? You suck. My face is sweating. My pores are opening. Wow. It's a rare matchup. Alright. It would probably still be 50-50 if you didn't change them either. No, I'm not saying that people rigged it. I'm just saying that the discrepancy between Sakuya and Ellen versus Letty and Flandre was more notable. Hard to win. Alright, Junko and Hecatia. My Junko opinion, I think my Junko opinion is probably that, how do I say this? The obsessive over racing trope for her is not funny. And frankly, just kind of doesn't utilize a character like her at all. Like, at all. She's supposed to be so fucking angry. She is pure wrath. Angry at the moon. And to be fair, when she is only, I hate the moon, she's also not that interesting. But the whole plot of 15 was that she made a big fucking, like, she made a whole big plot to fuck with the moon. And it's like, whoa, okay, she's pretty conniving. But what she boils down to for people is old ma'am yells at moon, or old lady harasses rabbit, and that's it. You don't get any cool, you don't get anything cool with this character. You just get you get like one line of dialogue blown out of proportion, and you get one character aspect not blown out of proportion. I think that's the worst part, is that she hates the moon so much she plots to fuck with it, but then when you use it in fanon, and it's just like, I hate the moon, but she doesn't do anything with that. She just says it all the time, and it's like, yeah, I get it, Junko. I get it. So yeah, I think, I guess what it boils down to is that Junko is a character who is completely and utterly fucking fumbled by 99% of fanon interpretations. Just absolutely fucking fumbled. Because of those comedic tropes that aren't really all that funny. The Junko from Touhou RPG was pretty funny. Okay, yes, but that's just because she was running around the place. She was the world warrior. She's funny. And Hecatia. What's my opinion on Hecatia? I don't know. Oh, wait. I think that's actually a pretty easy one. I think the idea of Hecatia being the strongest character in the entire of Touhou's universe, because Zun said so, is fucking annoying. I think that is the most annoying thing Zun has ever said in regards to, like, any character. Is Hecatia is well above the strength of anyone against Sokyo or the Lunar Capital. So she's better than the Lunarians. She's better than everybody. And as you know, the Lunarians are established to be better than everybody, but Hecatia is actually better than them. But it doesn't make any sense because Hecatia was also a playable boss. Or she was a fightable boss in a game, whereas the Lunarians aren't allowed to be that because they're too strong. They're not allowed to lose. And to a degree, that makes sense because Hecatia is capable of playing around, where the Watatskis are not. So there is that against what I'm saying. But no, I don't like overpowered characters unless I can see them become strong. I don't like when characters are strong because the author said they're strong and you just have to accept that they're strong. I hate that. They're boring characters. I don't think Hecatia is boring per se, but I do think the idea of her being the strongest character in the entirety of Touhou lore is asinine. I think that's asinine, and I can acknowledge that she's definitely strong, but you've not given me sufficient proof to believe she is the strongest. And so Zung can just shut up. He can just shut the heck up about that one, because he's not right. Alright. Here you go. Mama. Junko. I almost spelled her name wrong. Alright. Vote, you assholes. Hurry up and vote. Come on. Ugh. I gotta replenish my deadly gringo. God damn it. Can I really not make this like 5 seconds? I want to know if I can make them like shorter. See, this is why I need to outsource my opinions. You remember yesterday, chat? You remember yesterday? That guy who was like, PCB is like the 7th best game in Touhou games. I was like, Jesus Christ. I could never have an opinion that bad. No, not me. Not me. I could never have an opinion that bad. 56% Hecatia. God damn it. Streamer tier opinion TB. What? Which one's what? What's streamer tier opinion? Me? My opinion? I gotta use the fucking hot one again. God damn it. Oh yeah, bro, he said Touhou 20 was better. He said Touhou 20, the demo, Touhou 20 demo was better than PCB. They're gonna laugh at me. I don't know. Maybe he was fucking with me. I'd never know. But mad funny. Mad funny. All right. Saucy. Do you see that? That glistening glow, that shine, that mad gringo. Yeah. Chat, I'm gonna be honest with you. I actually think I could handle hotter than this sauce. Like I said, this sauce is good. It's good. Good taste. Deadly Inferno. The hot sauce gets to a point where it's just uncomfortable, which this definitely would if I ate it too fast. But, like, it has flavor. I'm learning now that hot sauce hits you... Hot sauce hits you when your saliva glands activate in your mouth, and then the fucking... gets pushed all around yourself. Oh, God. Alright. Hey, the wings are good, though. I haven't eaten yet today, so this is my dinner. If my ass explodes, it's your fault, chat. Oh god, yep. Okay, yeah, like I just said. When it passes and the residue is still in your mouth, that's when it starts to be hot. Ugh. Switch. Alright, time. Eirin and Hisami. Oh my. Oh my, oh my, oh my. Alright. My Eirin hot take. My Eirin hot take. Oh, okay, here you go. Here's my Eirin hot take. Eirin was a monumentally more interesting character when I didn't know anything about her. The more I learned about Eirin, the less I liked her. Yeah, okay. What does that mean? What does that mean? That's like every character. That's why, that opinion right there is why I need you to submit. Because that's a shit opinion. Fuck you. Okay, the first time I saw Eirin, it was tall, silver-haired lady who was doctor. And then, what did I get when I looked under the hood? I got space racist. Full of herself. Always right, never wrong. Character flaws not on screen. And I was like, alright, doc. I do have some takes pre-baked. You better get them on a notepad and be ready to submit them. You can submit them anonymously. In fact, if it encourages people to say more, go ahead. Send them anonymously. I'll read your shitty takes. Alright. So there you go. There's my opinion. My opinion is that Eirin is, Eirin might be the de facto character where you see her and you go, wow, she's pretty. I bet she's cool. And then you learn about her and then she's just a terrible, terrible lady. Terrible. Ruins it. Can't fix her. Not what I want to. Alright. Hisami Yomotsu. Well, what's there to say about Hisami? Really? She's just... She's... How do I say this? She's ineffective gooner bait. Her entire personality is lusting after a different character. But she's not even that popular. So she's not even good at that. There are characters who don't even know what the word sex means in this series who are infinitely more popular than her. She's not even that popular. Look at Tsukasa. Tsukasa just exists and people are like, oh, she's way hotter. And Hisami's like, hey, look at me. I am actively lusting and my back sprite is really thick. I'm serious about that, by the way. Have you seen Hisami's back sprite? Holy yeah! But like it pushes a bit. But she doesn't have anything. You know what makes Tsukasa interesting is that she has a characterization and she's a master manipulator. What is Hisami's character? She just does shit. Why? Because Zanmu. That's it. Characters that are designed to be like for horny, I find always fall flat on their face for me. Like Camilla from Fire Emblem Fates. She's a good example. The big tittied sister character, and then I see it, I'm just like, okay, and then I move on with my life. Characters are more attractive when they're not. Characters are more attractive when their defining character trait is not them being attractive. Because if they aren't attractive, they don't have anything else. They don't have anything else. So yes. Also, the Hisami in general. Hisami feels like she could be a lot more, more interesting, considering she's based off like the fucking Yomotsu that like chased Izanagi, but her entire character, or lack thereof, is due to Zamu's existence. So anything cool you could do with this character has to involve Zanmu in some way, and Zamu has to be the end goal. So I just feel like this character is extremely limited in how you can actually do anything with them, which would be a shame if I cared. But she's hot. I'll give her that. She's designed to be attractive. She's got Kaguya hair, as so does Star. She wears gloves and boots. She's got a big ass. Like, that's just how it is. But she's not interesting. She's not as interesting as she could be. That's the wrong key code. Milk. Eirin, Hisami. I want to reduce time. Whatever. Wait, can you prematurely end polls? Can you do that? How do I do that? I don't think I can do that, actually. Wait, can I do that? Can I slash poll end? No, I want to poll end. Slash end. Oh, I can. End the active poll. Okay, I can just manually end it after. Alright, I'm going to give you 30 seconds, chat. Alright, I'm going to stop it in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, well. Eden. Hey, that's actually, okay. 77 to 23. That means I can open the other one now. So this is the one that's like the original, regular hot sauce. This one is hot, but it's not as hot as the other one, which means this one's probably going to taste good, which means I can probably use like a little more. So that's nice. I can't open it. I can't open it. I can't open it. Got it. Got it. Dude, there's like a little bit of tag left on the bottle, and it's just, why is it like that? Alright. Do it on the camera so it can be seen what the motion is. I don't know if it's the lighting or the fact that I am not out in the sun ever, but man, I am pasty. Alright. Let's get a little bit of that sauce. Oh, jeez! Okay, well. Okay, good. That was an accident. Chat, how long can milk be in room temperature before it starts to stink? This is an important question. Oh, now that, look at that. Look at that, that's a shade of red. Yeah. Alright, now touch my eyes. Mm. Perfectly reasonable. I could roll the shit out of that wing and that sauce and be fine. Yep. I could roll the shit out of it. Alright, chat, remind me in like 20 minutes to put my milk back in the fridge. Please. Don't forget. Don't forget. Alright, who's next? Okay. I don't need to be here anymore. Alright. Clearly I need hotter sauce. I need hotter sauce than Deadly Inferno hot sauce. Alright. Yuugi and Tenshi. What is my Yuugi hot take? I mean, it's not a hot take. Her outfit is atrocious. That's not a hot take, though. That is not a hot take. Her outfit is terrible. Do I have a hot take? Oh, you know what? Saying it's not a hot take is a hotter take. No, it's not a good outfit. She's wearing a fucking... Like, she's wearing a PE uniform top. It's terrible. It's terrible. Oh, man. It's bad. But you know what? My hot take is that the blue kimono isn't that great either. It's fine, but I don't know. I like Suika's more like wild outfit with the torn sleeves. But Yuugi is either fucking gym class or like courtesan. So I just don't think it's that great. I think it's especially bad in CDS. Like, actually, I think Akimakiyu's version of Yuugi is ugly. But yeah, I don't think the kimono that she has, it's better than her PE uniform. But I think Yuugi would be cooler if she had an outfit that was similar to like Suika, you know, with like ripped clothing and chains, more chains. Make her look cool. Give her some real battle attire. And don't you say what about Kassen, because Kassen is a sage, a hermit more than she's an Oni. So, but yeah, so I think Suika's outfit is kind of defining for Oni. So Yuugi should be dressed like that. All right. And what's my Tenshi hot take? Well, my Tenshi hot take, I suppose, is that in Scarlet Weather Rhapsody, I did not like her. I did not like Tenshi at all in her debut game. And it wasn't until she came back in 15.5 and Wildenhorn Hermit that I opened up to her, because I don't know, I feel like her personality in the later stuff really helped establish that she was just a spoiled brat. But I feel like in Scarlet Weather Rhapsody, it was less that she was a spoiled brat and more like she was just a bitch. She was just kind of a bitch, but then she was also supposed to be like really powerful, but I could not really like feel that about her, so it just felt weird to me that she would always end up being like final boss material. Now, the whole sadist masochist bit, that's, you know, that's not a hot take. It's probably one of the worst things to happen to the poor character. But no, I think Tenshi is at her strongest come her return in Wildhorn Hermit, where it just did a really good job highlighting what makes her a spoiled celestial. Whereas Scarlet Weather Rhapsody, I feel like it was a completely different character, and I did not very much care for her. All right, polio. Wait, I can't say that. That's bad. Yuugi. Yuugi. Tenshi. All right. 30 seconds, chat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. After 5 more seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. End poll. Okay. Alright, well, I guess I don't have to eat anything. Cool. Thanks, guys. Guess I'll move on. Ooh, Remilia and Yamame. You have to take a drink from the bottle for that one. I'll give you a drink of the hot one. This one. The regular one. It doesn't taste good when you do it like that. I mean, I didn't chug it. It's more like a sip, but it got in there. Alright. Remilia and Yamame. What's my Remilia opinion? Here's my Remilia opinion. Or I guess I don't even know if it would be a hot take, to be honest with you. I think that Remilia is one of the best forms of characterization that isn't blatantly in your face in the entire series. So what do I mean by that? So, Remilia has a really popular aspect to her called the charisma break, where she's supposed to be, you know, very haughty, full of herself, confident, and then something happens that blows up in her face, and she ends up kind of falling back to childish tendencies. All of the evidence of that in canon is done without drawing attention to it, and I think it's done very, very well. The prime example is the crouch block. When Remilia blocks, in the fighting games, she covers her head and crouches down like a child, but nobody acknowledges that. Silent Center in blue, in the rocket, Sakuya fetches her high chair. She has a high chair. A little bib. I think she had a bib, but she has a little high chair that she sits in. That's her chair. But nobody makes any comment about it at all. Nobody makes any comment about it at all. It's simply just Remilia and her little high chair. And I think that's really good because it's really good because it highlights an aspect of Remilia's character, the part of her that is still childish, but it doesn't do so in a way that assumes the audience is an idiot and constantly draws attention to it. Where it, like, think about Chirno, for example. There's so many times when Chirno does something or says something, there has to be somebody in the environment who has to acknowledge that she's dumb, you know? Like, it's like Chirno does something, she's dumb. Chirno says something, no, stupid. Like, they have to acknowledge it, or the point doesn't get across. But in Remilia's case here, all of these aspects of her that paint her as not quite as charismatic as she sets herself up to be, Nobody, like, no attention is ever really drawn to it. It simply happens, and it allows the reader, the viewer, to see that and accept that about her character, and simply, simply accept it without it getting pushed in your face. It's there, you see it, you acknowledge it. And that's why Remilia, despite all these childish tendencies, is still often portrayed as a character of high confidence, high charisma, a very strong standing character. It's fun to poke fun at her, but because of there's no obnoxiousness to her childishness presented in canon, that she can maintain her dignity in so many pieces of fanon, but still, have her childish side be put on display in a way that isn't too irritating. So yes, I think that Remilia is one of the best characters in the entire series for displaying character flaws without, like, troping the character or ruining the character in general. Funny though, I think most of my examples come from guest artists doing it, like Akieta, and also the yuck panel from Wild Horn Hermit where she eats the dandelions and she goes yuck. She doesn't like vegetables. So yeah, Remilia is she's a box of fun. And yes, like how I said earlier, how Junko has been pretty much, she's turned into basically two tropes. Either she yells at the moon for everything she does, or she harasses Racem. That's it, and it's annoying. But Remilia can be everything that she is without really falling on one trope, because it really it does a good job at really encompassing her entirety of her character. She's great. Alright, now, Yam. Yamame. What is my Yamame opinion? My Yamame opinion? My opinion is that I wish he made candy. Okay, so there's in the Genso Wanderer universe, Yamame makes candies. She makes confectionaries. And when she makes them, she puts them in her mouth, and her saliva makes the candy better. So it's Yamame mouth candy. And apparently it's very good. Yes, and this is something that I choose to believe she does. She makes candy. That's disgusting. No, you're disgusting. Listen, a dog's mouth is cleaner than a human's mouth. All right? They lick their privates, and then they lick your face, and you're okay with that. Okay? So I'm just saying, my hot take is that if Yam ran a confectionery with these methods, I would be first in line. Well, maybe not first in line, but I would try with full knowledge of how they're made. I would still try her candy if she made them. What do you mean what in the? You wouldn't? Tell me you wouldn't. You're not taking that back. There's nothing to take back. I said this like 3 years ago. I said this like 3 years ago. Candy. Candy or charisma. Ooh, what a title. Remilia Yamame. Alright. Alright, come on. You got 25 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. End poll. / end poll. Yam. Really, guys? You want the mouth candy? You don't want the mouth candy? Why not? I just think that you're wrong. Oh, I forgot to turn the cam on. With me wham wham wazzle. I got the wing. Remember that as a fetish. So, do you know about Shrine Maiden Sake? Fuck. Yes, there you go. There you go. I rest my fucking case. Rainbow's got the best sake against Tokyo. Now you know why. Oh, shit. Okay. I'm gonna go refrigerate my milk, chat. It's been out here too long. I'll be right back. Be right back. Nothing like a bowl of cold wings and some hot sauce, right? God damn it. Come back here. Alright. Alright. Tie. Nue and Wriggle. Nue and Wriggle. What is my new hot take? My new take? I don't know. I don't really know. What is my new hot take? Do I have an opinion on Nue? I think she's cool. I think she's pretty neat. Oh, here's an easy one. Here's an easy one. I don't like two of the three primo characters that Nue is ever only allowed to hang out with. So, fan stuff for her is difficult. The only character I like that ever ends up like hanging out with Nue is Kogasa. The other two are Mamizo and Seija. I don't like those two. So, Nue fan work. Actually, I guess. Actually, to make that clear, actually, I hate pairings with Seija because they don't make sense. Now that I think about it, I don't like them two together because people are like, oh, Nue is black and red, so she hangs out with Seija, and she's just as bad and annoying as Seija. But Nue doesn't do anything like Seija. Nue is also a very old and strong, powerful yokai. She's a big deal. She wouldn't hang out with Seija. Seija would hate her fucking guts. Huh? They only hang out because they both look like Shadow the Hedgehog to some people. So their whole pairing is based on lies and bullshit. So, and them together just bad. It's just bad. They get turned into the fucking like anti-conformist characters. But, like, Nue has nothing to do with that at all. Like, Nue has absolutely nothing to do with that. It's like when Nue gets paired with Seiya, when people put Nue with Seiya, they just turn Nue into Seiya 2. That's it. That's the problem I have. When Seiya and Nue are together, it's just Seiya and her friend Seiya 2. But all remnants of Nue as a character are disregarded for that pairing up. I'm not talking about a romantic pairing. I just mean in general when people do like fan art and shit of them together. It's basically just turning Nue into another Seiya. So there's no trace of Nue left there. There's no trace of Nue left there. All right. Wriggle Nightbug. What is my Wriggle Nightbug opinion? Okay. My Wriggle Nightbug opinion is that if you've ever gotten Wriggle kicked more than once, then you are really, really bad at remembering things. If you've ever been kicked by Wriggle more than once, you should probably give up. You should never attempt to play a game like UFO or 10 Desires, because if you can't remember that Wriggle's gonna kick you on the first stage after she kicks you once, you are never gonna succeed, my guy. You'll never succeed. I have been kicked by Wriggle before. Well after I had already played the game, mind you, but yeah. No, but I guess similar to Nue though, I don't really care much for like Wriggles. Wriggle to me feels like an outlier to Team 9. Like obviously Cherno and Daiose are friends. Rumia's from the same game. They get paired together. They're friends. And Rumia's like basically a fairy. Rumia's basically an honorary fairy. And Wriggle and Misty are from the same game, so you'd assume they had some kind of correlation. But they wouldn't, food chain-wise especially. But, well, I mean, you could argue that with Rumia too. But point being, Wriggle and Mistia are kind of there because same game, but then Mistia kind of went on to be her own character anyway and formed a bond with Kyoko. So Wriggle is just kind of like alone. So I guess the hot take with here would be that Wriggle is less of a Team 9 character than Daiose is, which is impressive because some people don't even consider Daiose as part of that group. But there you go. There's my opinion. She is actually just alone. Mistia, a traitor. Not a traitor, she's following her dreams, and Wriggle is happy for her, but she does get lonely sometimes. Fabricated opinion. What do you mean fabricated? No, they're called the Bach Quartet because it's referring to the four of them. There was actually a bit in Fantasy Maiden Wars about that, how they had a special attack, the four of them, and Daiose was like, "Am I even needed here?" And then they have a fifth version where it's stronger and Dai helps out in it. All right, here you go. Here you go. Here's my fabricated opinion, streamer. Go ahead. Give me your fabricated answer. The answer you're giving me, give me an answer that you don't actually believe but enforces the most pain on your streamer. Go ahead. Go ahead. Do it. I'm gonna end the poll in 10 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 56. Oh shit. Wait, my Wriggle opinion is worse? Really? You really think that? I see not by much. I do see that it's not by much, but I'm actually kind of impressed. I figure calling Nue Seija 2 would probably piss more people off. Oh, that's a puddle. We love Seija around here. Are you speaking for the entire chat? Chat, is he speaking for all of you right now? Go ahead. The floor is yours. Oh, that's way too much sauce. He speaks for me. One guy. He speaks for one guy. Orange. Orange. I'm showing you the wings so you know what sauce is on it. The red one is the hot sauce. The orange one is the deadly inferno. So I'm proving to you that I'm eating it. Alright. Alright. So what's about to happen to me is I'm gonna want to drink a milk, but my milk's in the fridge. So I'm going to have to put up with it for a little bit. It's okay. It's my knuckles, not my fingers. Knuckles. Okay. Tie. Chat, does alcohol numb the pain? If I drink from my Di Serrano bottle, will that numb the pain? Okay. Alright, Luis. Luis and Momiji. What's my Luis opinion? My Luis opinion is that she's actually, there's absolutely nothing about her that is like individualistic at all. And that every regular denizen of Makai just looks like Luis. Why do I think that? Because the mid-boss in Stage 4 is like Luis but blue. So I just assume that every demon of Makai just looks like Luis because Shinki suffered from serious same-face syndrome. So Luis is not unique. Luis is not unique. She is literally an NPC. She is the most NPC character in the entire series. Everyone in Makai just looks like Luis. However, Shinki has good taste. I'll give her that. But yes, Luis looks like everybody else. Literally everybody else in Makai. Unless you have a special role, if you're classified as citizen by Shinki, you look like Luis. So Makai is just a Luis convention. There you go. Momiji hot take. What is my Momiji hot take? My Momiji hot take is that Zun's idea that Aya and Momiji have bad blood is not a bad thing. In fact, I would argue that idea is actually better for the two characters because it gives them something to work off of for stories involving it. But most of the time, it's flat out ignored because it's easier to write if you just assume they're friends or Aya is her direct superior. But having them actually not be on good terms, but then having a story where they get, you know, they have their relationship improves is a lot stronger for character growth and dynamic in general. So yes, that's one of the most controversial like aspects I think of the two characters is in Double Spoiler how after 10 happened and it was like, okay, Momiji's here and Aya's here, now they're friends, they're buddies, they're co-workers, or well, Aya's her boss, and then 12.5 comes out and it's like, actually they hate each other, they're always like attacking each other, and Momiji gets along better with Hitate than she does Aya, and it's like, I'm gonna pretend I didn't see that. Not looking. Nope, I didn't see that. I didn't see that. But I think that that particular bit of information can be utilized to make more interesting like character interactions. But most people would prefer to ignore it because it's, you see, sometimes you don't want that. If you don't want a more dynamic interaction or story focused on the characters, then yeah, you would just kind of want them to be friends so they could just kind of be there. But I think that basically what I'm saying is I think that Zun's idea that they don't get along, they get along as well as cats and dogs, is good for the character. And it's not inherently a bad thing as many people would assume. All right, there you go. There's my opinion. Poll. NPCG. Go. I did it again. All right. You get 15 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Momiji, 65. That nails me. Is that in the range of the hot? I guess 70% onwards would be the Deadly Inferno. Wait, then yeah, it does fall into the deadly one. Fuck! Alright. Hot takes can be truth. Yeah, a hot take is usually defined as being an unpopular opinion. More than anything. But most people just use the term to give out their most, like, awful, garbage, bad opinion. And usually you find these hot take threads on places like Twitter or Reddit. And as you know, Twitter or Reddit are the bastions of good opinions. So honestly, if you want to do a hot take stream, you just need to outsource to one of those two sites and you'll probably be okay. Alright. Orange, you glad you can see my wing? Well, a cult take. A cult take is just a popular opinion. It's called a hot take. It's called a hot take because it generates buzz. Generates heat. It gets people moving, talking, angry, yelling. I don't have my milk. Ah! Ah! That's the wrong one. Oh, Jesus Christ. People remember a good hot take. Oh, do you remember any of mine yet? Hmm? Ah, yeah. No, that was the right sauce. I can handle it. Okay, Satens and Parsee. Satens. What's my Satens hot take? My Satens hot take is that the majority of people who actually say that she's their favorite moon rabbit only say that because they really don't like Raisin. Oh, man. The majority of people who say that Satens is their favorite, it comes from a place of spite against Raisin. They like her more because she's not Raisin. That's just true. That's what I'm saying! That's what I'm saying! Crazy. Yeah, that's funny. That's funny how chat agrees with that opinion. Trevor, that's not a hot opinion. That's just the truth. It is. It is the truth. When you rank the moon rabbits, Raisin is like a higher than every single one. Like, I'm pretty sure if you ranked all the rabbit characters, grouped them up, and then compared them to Raisin's individual like popularity votes, Raisin would still double. Like, more than double the accumulated votes to her own position. So I honestly believe that people that say that Satens is their favorite, it comes from a place of disliking Raisin. Also, her fucking name is Raisin, but the S and the R are swapped. Come on now. Come on now. Pre-12 13 character invalid stats. That's true. That's true. That reminds me of the time I saw on Twitter like 4 years ago or something. Someone was like, man, can we run the popularity poll without EOSD? Like, good fucking idea. Let's run a popularity poll for the series, but exclude the most popular game with the some of the most popular characters, so we can get a very good idea on who the most popular is. Like, people don't think before they fucking type. All right, I swear to God, if Twitter had a feature that when you click the send tweet button, it said, "You sure?" We would be happier as a civilization. All right, if you got unchecked by your send tweet button, we would have a lot more. We would have peace on Earth. We would have peace on Earth for that. All right. Okay. All right, Parsee. What is my Parsee opinion? Well, I guess you know this opinion, chat. I do not understand why Parsee is so popular. I legitimately do not understand why Parsee is as popular as she is. I don't get it. I do not get it. Her entire character is just, I'm jealous. She's not outwardly nice. She's pretty vile. And her shtick is that every time she talks, she just has to mention that she's jealous. I'm sure the women vote for this character explains a lot. You're missing the point. No. I like her music and her design is cool. She does have a good theme. She is outwardly nice. It's an uromake. Yeah. And then she immediately gossips behind your back because she's mean. She's mean. Satori says she has a nicer heart than people say, and she probably does, but she does also, like, curse people and make them bitter and envious and ruin their lives. So, you know, it's pretty cool, right? Oh. Blah. You want to know something interesting about Parsee? This isn't really a hot take or anything. This is just an opinion. But why the fuck does she not do that multiplying thing ever? Why does she, like, one of her spell cards makes a duplicate of her. She can clone herself. One of the first characters to do it. And she just doesn't. And no one talks about it. And no one actually makes her do it. When you talk about clone characters, you talk about Flandre splitting into four guys, burgers and fries. But then, and then like On, who can split in two. But Parsee's just like, yeah, she can do that, but nobody cares. Nobody talks about it. Like, why does nobody talk about the fact that Parsee can make a fucking body double? Like, we don't even know the specifics to how her body double operates. We don't really know how Flandre's works. We slightly know how On's works. She explains it in the Grimoire of Usami. But Parsee just straight up has a spell card that splits her in two. And just nothing's done with that information. Nothing at all. Nothing is ever done with that. Any explanation, nothing. I don't even see fan works utilize that stuff. Seriously. So yeah, okay, there you go. There's my opinion. My hot take is Parsee's popularity does not. It makes no sense to me. There's very little about her character that would scream like that level of popularity to me. There you go. Now to make the poll, Leo. Green Bunny. Satan Parsee. Alright, go. Go. Force chat to reconnect. What? You can do that? Cool. She's a really big fan of TM. She can only manage TM clones. Actually, I actually do think that Flandre's 4 of a kind works similarly to TM. Because, Tien's 4 of a kind move splits his power into 4 ways. So each clone is 25% of the original. And based on the fact that Flandre, when she does her 4 of a kind spell card, each of her clones can only fire a single bullet type. I actually do believe that her 4 of a kind works similarly to Tien, where she just individually splits her power equally 4 ways. That's what I'm basing it on. I have a basis for that theory, but like nobody knows for sure. Parsee at 89. Oh. Really? Oh, I meant to end the poll. That's actually kind of impressive, chat. Like, I really thought that my Satan opinion was going to be worse. You really think my Parsee opinion is worse? Me saying that I don't understand her popularity and that the aspects of her character are the exact opposite of what I would assume would make a character popular. Is that really a hot take? I guess we are dealing with Parsee fans. Know your audience, I suppose. Chicken wing. A wing ding dinger, a doodad, a blinger, and some sexy nuggets. Is that correct? Red. It's amazing how well this sticks to it. Alright. The Parsee opinion is just right. That's why I said it. I just agree with the Sailor and take more. Oh, I see. So, basically what you're saying is, when I said Sailor's popularity stems from people being, not liking racing, and you taking that dislike and pushing it as a like into another character. You believe me. You think I'm right. You agree with me. So my hot take isn't hot because you agree. So that's why. Hmm. Man. Chicken wings are good. This is my face. Yes. This is my face. You know, when I uploaded the blind IN one, when I uploaded the blind IM, that one had face cam. I got a comment that was like, man, I just wasn't expecting him to look like that. I was like, damn, sorry I crushed your dreams. I'm a fucking streamer. What, did you think I was gonna be a supermodel? Come on, brother. Be reasonable. All I got from this is that Parsee fans are turbo delusional and fabricate some different character onto her because they like how she looks. This is why you need to submit your opinions to me, because that right there, that is a primo opinion. That's a primo opinion right there. That is a primo fucking opinion right there. He's right. He's right. He's gonna make people mad. Look, he's gonna make people so mad with that. I could never hope to make somebody that mad. Never. Never. Okay. Alright. I give it a sub. Little noob. Oh my. Maribel and Sariel. A Maribel opinion? Do I have a Maribel opinion? Do I have an opinion on Maribel? Meryl? Meryl Bell? Meryl Bell? Bell Meryl? I'm thinking. How do I phrase this? I have an opinion. I'm just thinking how to phrase it. It mainly stems from the whole Maribel equals Yukari idea. And this is what I think. I think that the way Zun has done it with Maribel and Yukari is good because it creates common links, but it doesn't outwardly say one thing or another. However, I think that whenever the fans do anything with Maribel and then they very obviously make it that Maribel equals Yukari, it just kind of makes me roll my eyes. It kind of just makes me roll my eyes. I like the idea that they have similarities, even in their name, with, you know, Hearn and Yakumo. I like the similarities. The idea of Maribel's powers kind of becoming, like similar to Yukari's, but I like that it's open-ended, so it's not confirmed. It's possible that they're not. Maybe they are related, but not the same person. Maybe they're unrelated at all. Who knows? But I like the air of mystery to it, and I think that whenever a fan work is like, haha, actually Maribel is Yukari, and it just kind of makes me roll my eyes. It's like, oh, yep, okay. But they're not subtle about it. They don't like, there's no mystery to it. They just kind of set everything up in a way that it's too obvious. So when it happens, it's just like, okay. I'd rather be she like an offspring, being the same person is silly. Honestly, I get that. If Maribel was some kind of child of Yukari, that would make sense. Who's to say, like, gods can have children? Why can't yokai, right? Suiko was a mother. She's a god. And what are gods if not just yokai who feed on faith? So it's possible, the idea of Maribel being a descendant of Yukari in some capacity. But no one ever explores that theory. I don't think I've ever seen anybody ever explore the idea that she's a descendant of Yukari, and instead just decide that she is Yukari. They are the same person. So, yeah. Yeah. So there's like I said, I like the parallels because there's still an open-endedness to it. And I don't like when fan works are just like, yeah, they're just the same character, LMAO. And it's like, here's a shot from then, and then here's a shot in the future, and then it's like, now Maribel is Yukari, lol. Because the problem I mostly take with that is that it just kind of fucks with Yukari's, like, other relationships, if suddenly she's just Maribel. Because now the only thing that ever mattered was Maribel's relationships to Yukari, and Yukari is, like, nobody cares. I've seen stories... I mentioned it before. I've seen a story with Yuuko and Yukari. How Yukari treats Yuuko as kind of a different person from the Yuuko she knows, like that. And I guess this is kind of similar in the idea that, like Yukari, if she was Maribel, and the only thing she cares about is Renko, and it's like, oh, what about every other character Yukari interacts with, right? It doesn't work anymore. Yukari's personal relationships get muddied when they come from, if she is directly Maribel herself, because it doesn't make sense. It doesn't work. But they don't think that far ahead when they do this. And don't even get me started on the whole idea that Renko is fucking Reimu, alright? Don't get me started on that one. That's dumb. That's dumb. But this isn't Renko we're talking about. We're talking about Maribel. So yes, in conclusion, the similarities between Maribel and Yukari are cool. They're fascinating, and they open ideas for the character. But fandom utilization, just being character equal, Maribel equals Yukari, is oftentimes very boring. Not a good, well-executed twist, obviously. It's very obvious to see coming, and it throws the entirety of Yukari's character into question, because, like I said, if Maribel is just Yukari, then all of Yukari's established relationships just become weird, because everything that Yukari is at that point is just based on what you see from Maribel's perspective. But it's just like all the other characters that she knows is just nothing. So there you go. So, Sariel. Sariel, what is my opinion of Sariel? Why is she purple? That's not an opinion, that's a question. Why why is she purple? I never quite got that. Sariel who? Sariel is really cool. Sariel is really cool. Actually, really cool. But I don't know. I wish I knew more. Do I have a hot take of Sariel? I don't think I have a hot take on Sariel. Well, I guess here's my hot take. I suppose, on Sariel. I have no fucking idea how you could possibly see this character and not immediately think that is a female. That is the weirdest thing I've ever seen. The fucking Touhou wiki is like, actually, because of the name, she's based on, this guy, so, she, the gender, unknown. It's like, bro, she's got boobs. She's got boobs. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? No, it's because she's based on something that wasn't inherently female. Oh. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, here's Raiko. She's a drum. A drum! A drum! She's a drum! But no, Sariel, too far. Too far. Too far, too far. Anyway, I don't really have a hot take on Sariel because I actually think she's really cool. Design-wise, her theme is really good. Her theme is a powerful title. And I wish that she wasn't bubbled in Touhou 1 because she is part of Makai, she could have something to do with Shinki. Shinki would know her. She could be really cool in that regard. Some kind of relation to Shinki in some way. But, yeah. What are drums known for? I don't know. Playing? What does he mean? Oh, yeah, okay. Well, here you go. Here's my hot Sariel opinion. I have no idea what that second phase thing is that she turns into in the game, but I think that the character would be a lot more interesting if she just never did that ever again. I don't even know what that is, but she just turns into some kind of fucking, like, orb with wings, and I'm just like, you're not even what even are you? What even are you? Please don't do that. That's not something she could do. I don't want to ever see her do that again. Never again. Never do that again. But no, I really don't have I really don't have much of an opinion on Sariel that's negative. There's not a lot to go off of anyway. Berry Mary. Maribel. Maribel. Sariel. Alright, go. Orb hater. Okay, I will admit, a little bit of that disdain comes from the fact that I got one in Puppet. And I evolved it, and it turned into the orb, and I was like, well, now I don't want to use it, so I didn't use it anymore. That was annoying. I honestly don't understand what that orb thing is. That's really my biggest question. Because she's the only boss in the game who has a phase 2, and she's not even, like, a thing anymore. She just turns into a fucking whatever that is. And does a dumbass attack. 63 Maribel. Nuclear to the Twitter fan. Nue Ball is awesome. I don't want to hear it. I'm not talking about Nue Ball. Oh, that's the hot one. Or, it's the milder one, I should say. I gotta get the hot one. I don't have a problem with orbs. I just don't, like... I just don't get Sariel's. I just don't get Sariel's. I don't think it's that interesting. Because it kind of just does... It doesn't move. It's not animated. I'm gonna eat this wing and then I'm gonna go get my fucking milk. Because I'm gonna need it. Alright. Look at this. Look at this graph. Oh, that is so much sauce on the... Oh, no. I like showing you the wing before and after. Because then you can see. Do you see? Do you see? Mmm. That's how you eat hot sauce. You put it on the wing and you eat it. It's good. Ah! Alright. I gotta go get my milk right now. Ooh-ee-ah-ee. Ah. Fuck. Careful what you say about puppet dance performance. Because that game is the best Pokemon game ever made. It doesn't have flaws. Saying it has flaws means you're dumb. You're stupid. Alright. Enoko and Mokou. Alright. Alright. What is my Enoko hot take? Is it even possible to have one? I don't really have one. Ugh. Thank you for the raid, Christian. What is I actually don't think I have a single bad thing like to say about Enoko. I don't know, I guess if I had to give an opinion on Enoko, it would be that I don't really understand why she joined up with Saki. I just feel like that's really weird. Chiari and Enoko and Biten aside, Enoko is kind of just like a cursed beast lying around waiting to die. She knows Marisa, and she just randomly gets a spurt of like activity, joins the meatheads, and now she's like a certified meathead. I don't really get that, but I don't think that's really a hot take. I think that's just the truth. I don't know. I don't have one. I don't have one, but I better have one or I'm gonna have to eat something hot. God damn it. Yeah, I don't, Enoko is the best character in fiction. Boom, hot take. Yeah, but that's disingenuous because you don't actually feel that way. You think I am? You think I'm a streamer who lies to his audience? You think I just lie? That's what I do. I come here, I hit start stream, and then I lie for 5 hours a day, and then I leave. Is that what you think? Is that what you think? You think I'm not fabricating hot takes. Everything I've told you so far, it's true. It's true. Everything I told you is true. That's why I told you it. That's why I told you it. I got nothing, chat. I got absolutely nothing on Enoko at all. Nothing. I think she is a swell character who, questionable motivations aside, has a neat design that is very unique to her, if not a little stupid, because of the bear traps. But yeah, I don't have anything. I got nothing. I got nothing for her. I think she looks great. I guess if there's one thing I could say, it's that she does not look as old as I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to believe she is. Like, I guess Nue is similar in that regard, but Enoko does not feel old. In fact, Enoko actually feels like she's younger than characters like Kagero. But I think she's supposed to be very old, because she ate Zamu's flesh when Zamu was human. I don't know how old she is, right? I don't know how old she is. Oh. I got nothing. So what about Mokou? What about Mokou? What's my Mokou opinion? Well, actually, I guess I can just... This one's not actually as hard, because this is pretty much the reason why she stopped being my favorite. So, when I was first getting into the series, I thought Mokou was the epitome of cool. Because, you know, fire powers and hands-on combat. I thought she was really cool. So, where did it go wrong? Smoking. That's a big one. I don't think smoking is cool. So, kinda ruined it. Aside from smoking, gratuitous violence. Mokou is unique in that you can do that, sure. But I felt like a lot of the fan art I enjoyed seeing was portrayed her as, like, cool. But then a lot of the other characters I liked got a lot more fan art that was more varied and goofy. But most of the Mokou fan art that you get would be gratuitous violence, smoking, or some kind of engagement with Kaguya, who I did not care for. So I guess my biggest issue is that Mokou's the height of Mokou's coolness is extremely fabricated, and in reality, she's cool in the sense that she's just extremely not involved in anything, but that's not cool. Also, she's friends with Sumireko. That sucked. That one sucked. Of all the characters, for her to be like, hey, you're pretty cool, it was fucking Sumireko. No, but that's irrelevant here. So yeah, I think really what it was is I thought she was really cool because of aspects to her and a couple pieces of fan art, but then the actual, it's like oh my god, how do I explain this? Chat, how do I explain this? It's like, it's not like she did anything herself, but it's like being told, I can't think of a good example here, but it's like being told, like, oh, this guy's really cool, he does all this, he's a badass, and then you're like, holy shit, I bet this guy's awesome. And then you meet the guy and he's just like, his name is like fucking Frank Tunders. or some shit. And then he's like a completely normal dude. And your friends are like, oh man, he wrestled a bear once and won. And like, then you talk to Ted and he's like, yeah, bear like walked on near our tent. And I kind of like, I hit him on the nose because that's how you get them to go away. Like, that's all he did. But they exaggerated the story to where it sounded like he fucking like wrestled a bear, but he just kind of did what you're supposed to do to get black bears to go away. So she's extremely gassed up, and then you get in there and you're like, oh, I mean, she is cool. The fire stuff is cool. The hand-to-hand combat is cool, but it's kind of a lot of the like, really what it was for me wasn't so much how she was in canon, but it was more so that a lot of the exaggerated aspects of what made her cool was stuff that I didn't think was cool. So as a result, she just kind of, I lost a bit of interest in her because she wasn't doing anything interesting, and I started liking other characters who were more varied, more like they could still be cool, but they were usually goofy. I think Tenshi's a good example of that. Tenshi's usually a shithead, but like she has cool abilities. Suika, Suika was one of my favorites at a point. She's really goofy, but then she's also really cool. Juna's my favorite character. I think she's very silly. She's like Saturday morning cartoon levels of goofy, but then she can also just fucking knock you the fuck out, right? So like, so yeah. What about the part where she was a cold-blooded killer for a bit? Well, that was like 5 seconds, all right? Mokou was a cold-blooded killer for 5 seconds, and then she fucking the fucking elixir, and then she was like, oh shit, and then she immediately regretted it, and then she now lives her life with that regret. So we all make mistakes in the heat of passion, Jimbo. But killing people is cool. No. No, her killing Irakasa was a very big blow to her conscience and Mokou as a character. It's a very defining event for Mokou's life. Obviously, it made her immortal, but she did do that. She does have to live with that. There's intricacies to Mokou's character that are neat, but yeah, I think what it boils down to for me is that most of the stuff that is used to make her look cool, I don't think is very cool. And then in canon, her appearances and general vibe, I guess, that's kind of a bad way to say it, but she's not really as cool as very few fan works would lead you to believe, I guess. 500 years of killing. No, she wasn't killing other people. She was killing Kaguya. Mokou, the only person Mokou has ever killed that wasn't Kaguya is Irakasa when she became immortal. She's not a killer, but she just kills Kaguya because Kaguya can't die, so she just gets to kill her over and over again. So, yeah. I don't know what else to say. Kind of fucked up you assume she went on a murderous rampage for like fucking 500 years. You think she just killed people? What the fuck? You're insane. Wolfbird. Oh, I guess Wharfbird. I don't even know why I'm bothering with this. I didn't even have an opinion for Enoko. I didn't even have one for Enoko, dude. I didn't have one. This is gonna be... Oh, I'm gonna end the poll in 10 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 82 Mokou. Oh, well, first of all, how could you even vote for Enoko. I did not have an opinion on her. I just poured the wrong sauce. Wait, no I didn't. I poured the right one. I poured the right one, but I poured it into the hotter sauce, so it's probably gonna have a little more sting than it would otherwise. Okay. Alright. I have so many wings. They're cold now, if that wasn't obvious, but they're chicken wings. Look at those wrinkles. Oh, look at those wrinkles on my forehead. Ooh, that's age, baby. That's unk status. Look at me. Rolling, 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 rolling. Here's your hot wings, sir. Hot. Doesn't this make you want to eat wings? Alright. Okay. Here we go. I need to stop. Bad time. I'm enjoying my meal. Paid by big wings. You're crazy, man. Wings are so expensive. Do you remember when wings were budget food? What the fuck happened? What happened to budget food wings? The next 300 years I spent harboring a grudge against the world. I was able to preserve the faintest sense of identity by immediately dispatching anything that crossed my path, yokai or otherwise. Okay, so it implies that she killed something that wasn't a yokai. That's kind of fucked up. That's actually kind of warped. I just drank milk too. What the fuck is that display capture? Hold on, I need another long one. Honey bitter just 2. Okay. Hiya. Yep. Alright. Okay. Oh, Michael and Shizuha. Switch, baby. Alright. What's my hot take for Michael? I'm thinking about it. I don't have a problem with her. Compared to other cats, Well, I think an issue that Mike falls under is that the other two cats have they have other characters they interact with. Chen obviously has Ron and Yukari, and to a lesser extent Team 9 based on different works. She's also very old, 2003. Oren has the entirety of Chiriden, Koichi, Satori, Oku, and she's also very well known, the former capital. She's pretty popular, so she can show up like with any of them. And Chen and Oren also have each other, which is an established canon aspect as well. Mike's got nobody. Mike is all alone. She's all alone. She doesn't have any friends, and she was also her character background has her like ostracized from the temple that was training Maneki Neko. So Mike is kind of in an unfortunate situation like that, where she just doesn't have any friends. She doesn't have any friends. Say it was the Wriggle take? No, the Wriggle take was that Daiose was more of the fourth character than Wriggle. Or Daiose belonged more in the four than Wriggle did. Wriggle's lonely, but... Yeah, Mike subjected to... she can't be a true Kaliko, like a Maneki. She can't be a true Maneki Neko because her ability only lets her do one of what a Maneki Neko does at a time, and it pretty much pushes away the other. Customers and fortune. You get one or the other. No customers, but you can't, like, you know, you can't make fortune with no customers, but then you make customers and they don't pay, so you no fortune. That doesn't work. I don't know, I guess if my hottest take for Michael here is that if it wasn't for the fact that she was a cat, she would probably be in the bottom 10 of popularity. I wouldn't be so bold to say bottom 5, but you take away the fact that she's a cat, and then she's a bottom 10 character. Now, if you just took away her being a cat, what would that make her? I don't know. That's kind of the problem with that opinion, is that if you just completely take away what defines her, because she's not just a cat to be a cat. She's defined as a specific cat, a Maneki Neko. But if she wasn't a cat, then she just would not be popular at all. The problem I have with saying that, though, is, like I said, she is a cat, and she's not just a cat to be a cat, she is a cat. But the fact that she's a cat is what keeps her from falling down the popularity rung by a very large amount. And yeah. That's the best I got for you. But I generally don't know what else you could, like, if she just wasn't a cat, what else would she be, right? So, I ain't got much more. Alright, Shizuha. My opinion of Shizuha. Well, my opinion of Shizuha is that she was extremely boring. Now, both the Aki sisters had notoriety for how unmemorable they were. Like, they were kind of the poster girls for unremarkable, unmemorable. And because of that, they were memorable in a weird way. Thing is, I think Shizuha is actually a lot more memorable, or capable of being more memorable than her sister. And that is pretty much only based on the Symposium article. Or is it Perfect Memento? I can't remember when Perfect Memento came out, if it was before or after 10. But either way, her article in the Chronicle mentions how she paints all the individual leaves and she kicks the trees to make the leaves fall. So she's got one hell of a kick. And she's a very meticulous artist. And she's jealous of her sister. So I think there are more aspects to Shizuha's character that would make her more interesting than her sister. That's what I think. If focused on Shizuha's strengths, her as an artist, her as basically a fucking kickboxer, that's potential for a more interesting character. But most of the time, whenever you see Shizuha, she's just paired up with Minariko, and they're both just kind of like, man, how do we be relevant? How do we be characters? The only game I can think of that really utilized Shizuha's strengths was the Ganbare Minariko game that I played, made by Tosa, guy who made the Rumia game. Where when you fight her, she's got a cool sword, but she also just fucking throws hands. Like, Shizuha has potential to be a really cool character, but nothing's done with her. Meanwhile, her sister Minariko is just, she's popular because she makes the food grow nice, and you know, sometimes I'm pretty sure Aku says as well, but if you piss Minariko off, she ruins your harvest by going in your field and like stomping your crops. So she's kind of an asshole like that, but she doesn't even like bring in divine intervention. She just fucking runs in and actually vandalizes your field. That's funny. That's funny. But I just feel like in general, Shizuha's character traits are more interesting than her sister's, but Minariko often gets the spotlight in most things. But at the same time, their popularity, and I guess this is also a hot take, but I don't actually think that Minariko and Shizuha are as close to each other in the popularity poll would suggest, but it's just become such a meme that they're like always next to each other that now people like actively and intentionally try to vote in a way that results in them creating the quote-unquote Aki sandwich. Is there any way to prove that? Not really. There's not really any way to prove that, sorry to say. But yeah, I feel like their individual popularity is slightly sabotaged because they've been forced to be known as the group, the pair of unmemorable characters. But I do think that Shizuha, personally, I think that Shizuha has more interesting character traits to her than her sister. So I think she should be more popular, or considered more popular than her sister, because there's more things you can do with her. Minariko, however, does have chest advantage, which, you know. Orange. Mike. Shizuha. Alright, go. There you go. Those are my opinions, chat. Mike, the only thing keeping Mike out of the bottom 10 popularity is the fact that she's a cat, and Shizuha is an infinitely more, well, maybe not infinitely, but she is a much more interesting character, trait-wise, than her sister is. Those are my certified streamer opinions. Please rate them. Please rate them, please. Thank you. All right, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 74% Shizuha. All right. I still got some original hot sauce there. I'll pour a little bit more. Chad, do you agree with me? Do you Pog agree with your streamer? Is he right? Okay, but chat, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Have I or have I not been just truthful, 100% correct for the vast majority of my opinions so far? Have I not been? No? What do you mean no? What did bro mean when he said no? Dude, I'm like shocked. The sauce just doesn't drip. It just doesn't drip. Yuugi opinion was so wrong. I tabbed out. What? Would you mute the fucking thing too? Oh no, I dropped my wing. Hmm. Chat. I did I did 30 push-ups before I started the stream. I also hit a new PB of 26 in a row. But I'm trying to get it to 30. Oh, swallowed rock. Ah! Yeah, my PB is 26. I want to be able to hit 30 in a row. Ah. They definitely get shaky by the end of it, but like, you know, I'm still doing them. All right. Oh, okay. All right. Well, we can start this one pretty easily. Shion. Oh God. Oh geez, my saliva is laced with hot sauce. Okay. Shion, this one's easy. I've said this many times on stream, but I believe the majority of Shion fans like her out of pity more than anything else. They just pity her. They feel bad for her. And that's why they say they like her. That's not why they hate Jun, mind you. But I do feel that the majority of people who say they like Shion is just because they simply because they feel bad for her. Man, I would never abandon this girl whose entire existence forcibly makes me, like, bankrupt. I would never abandon her. Never. You sure talk a big game, don't ya? You wouldn't last 10 fucking seconds next to this lady. You'd be like, oh my god, hi Shion, and then you'd fucking cough up blood, and then your wallet would fall out of your pocket, and then it would fall on a fucking storm drain. And you lose, and that would take all of your cards. You call your bank, and they'd be like, actually, we decided to cancel your account forever. Bye. And then you'd be like, oh my god, hi Shion. Like no. I'm built different, dude. You really think you're the only character in the series, supposedly, that is immune to Shion's ability is Tenshi. And Tenshi's not immune to it. Tenshi's ability is just stronger than it. Tenshi's natural good fortune is just enough that whenever Shion's, like, misfortune tries to, like, take over her, it loses. That's why Shion hangs out with Tenshi. Because her misfortune is overwritten by Tenshi's good fortune, so Shion actually gets to enjoy life because her bad fortune isn't affecting her. Because if you didn't know, the Origamis are affected by their own powers. Says the guy who will go bankrupt to Jun. Listen to me, buddy. That fucking banana peel next to your head, because you be slipping right now. All right. Both Shion and Jun will cause you to lose all your money. However, Shion makes you lose it by actually losing it. Jun makes you lose it by spending it. That's how it... And Jun also doesn't target people unless they have money to burn. Shion will just cause everybody bankruptcy. Everybody. There's no one. No one is safe from her. Alright? No one is safe from her. But Jun, it'd be like, oh, let me buy that $3,000 TV. Okay. Oh, no, I'm ruined. I'll just sell the TV. Make some money back. Return the TV. Make the money back. Shion will like, oh, $3,000, and then a strong gust of wind will blow it away, and then it will get fucking vaporized by ultraviolet radiation. And you'd be like, oh, I'm never getting that back. So, yeah. Shion passive effect Jun. Yes and no. Cope Fanon. That's not Cope. That's not Cope. What are you talking about? That's literally what she does after the events of 15.5. The whole events of 15.5 is that she's indiscriminately robbing people. And when she gets punished, she runs away from Byakuren's temple, but she does restrict who she takes money from now to people who can afford to lose some money. She doesn't just grab anybody and fucking forcibly bankrupt them. She has a bit of a conscience now. That's not fandom. I know this because I am a true fan. I am a true fan, so I know my character's lore. Huh? What do you know? I bet you don't know anything. Huh? Bro can't even name Yomu's 13 different titles throughout the course of the series, and he wants to tell me that I don't know my character? Come on now. Come on now. I bet you don't even know one of her titles. Yep. Gotcha. Gotcha. Got him. Half-Baked. That was a mean title. Why'd they call her Half-Baked like that? Okay, well, there you go. There's my Shion opinion. TLDR, a large chunk of Shion's popularity comes from the human emotion of empathy and pity. That's it. Marisa. Oh, my Marisa opinion. So, I had one opinion I was going to give you, and that was mainly regards to fan works. It still kind of is. But the, I think, to me, for Marisa, the most interesting parts of Marisa's character are all the things that we're not allowed to see. And all of the stuff that we do see just makes Marisa obnoxious and not a very interesting character. That's my opinion. I like the Marisa who is constantly working towards her goal, pushing the limits of humans for learning magic. She does a lot of busy work behind the scenes she doesn't like to talk about. So and then she, you know, when she fights, her fights are cool. She does put a lot of gusto into her fights. But what do we get when she's not doing that? We get intruding, a thief, loud, forceful, just blustered. You know, there's a lot of things about Marisa's character that is obnoxious, and I think the strongest things about her character are the things that we're not allowed to see as the viewer. Burglary is mad funny when she does it. No. Listen. This is what I'm saying. As I said, fan stuff. Because as you know, fan works tend to hone in on the established character tropes and push them to comedic value. And Marisa, whenever she shows up in anything, which she does because she's Marisa, you can usually find that the reason for it is very obvious, and it's usually just a matter of breaking and entering. And I'm borrowing it till I'm dead. And it's just like, okay, Marisa, I get it. You're a kleptomaniac. You're on an episode of Hoarders. I get it. I think her speech tick is fine, and there's nothing wrong with that. I ain't got anything wrong with that. See, Marisa's not my favorite character. If you've seen my popularity poll streams, you know that Marisa is not even like in my top 50. Because there's just a lot about Marisa's character that I don't really like. But the parts that I like the most about her character are the parts that you never get to see. Because those are the parts that I think are important. The reason why I like Marisa as a playable character is the idea that Reimu is gifted She's got cheat blood, cheat moves. She's a cheater. She doesn't train, but she's a Hakure, so she can just do that. Whereas Marisa, who is the same playing field as a playable character, gets through all of these ridiculous gods and yokai that Reimu does in the game through sheer force of like will and hard work. So Marisa fucking earns it. And that's what I like about Marisa. Marisa earns her victories. Marisa doesn't get handouts. She doesn't get bailed out by her bloodline. When she wins, she earns it. She's always earned her wins. Always. And that's large in part because of the work that she puts in behind the scenes. But then when you actually see Marisa and she's not actively in a fight, I just find that she's a bit... her tropes get used to an obnoxious degree, where it just kind of annoys me. Streamer is someone making her less interesting. You think that she's less interesting when I talk about how I like her hard work, her ethic, her work ethic, and how anytime she's ever prevailed, it's been due to her and her alone. You think that's less interesting than when she just shows up and goes, I'm taking this, and then flies away, and you go, hee, oh, funny, ah, ooh. Okay, alright. You only want to make her a true good character. What the hell are you saying? What the fuck are you talking about? I'm not saying that her traits, I don't like her traits at all. I'm saying that they're the only things that get focused on whenever she appears. I'm saying whenever Marisa shows up, it's always because she's trying to steal shit. Whenever Marisa is involved, it's because she's stealing shit. She just stole shit. She's stealing. She's a thief. I actually like the Lotus Eaters chapters where she gets like asked to do something and she tries to do it and she puts a lot of effort into it. I just think people forget the amount of work that Marisa puts in. People forget how much work she puts in to be protagonist number 2. I like Reimu because Reimu is a character who just cheats her way into victory, but she also has a ridiculous amount of character flaws that are endearing. But those character flaws aren't really highlighted in fan works. They're not really tropey in fan works. She's greedy, she's opportunistic. She is. But it's not as in your face in fan works as Marisa is. It is very in your face in the written works, mind you, so there is that. I will concede that. Wildhorn Hermit Reimu is a very hit or miss character for people because the majority of the Wildhorn Hermit is just Reimu at her worst because vices. Vices. The series doesn't explore character backstory a lot most of the time. The Omakes give information on backstories, and you can kind of fill in the blanks. I always thought that was one of Touhou's strengths, is giving enough information to establish a character, giving interactions with other characters to establish how they interact with others, and then you kind of fill in the life story. I don't mind when the life story is very vague, like EOSD, but I do mind it when it's the kind of vague where it's really boring and it's just kind of like, this happened and then bam, and now everybody, it's all good. And it's like, what? That doesn't make any sense. Like, Zamu. Zamu's a good example for that. So yeah, TLDR. The aspects of Marisa's character that I think are the most interesting are the ones that don't get talked about. And the ones that you see all the fucking time for the last 24 years do kind of fall flat most of the time because they're simplified to their core. Again, you can think of like Chirno or Junko. You can think of Chirno or Junko, where I said like they get shoehorned in. Like Marisa, it's less so that Marisa can't be a burglar. It's that whenever Marisa does anything, everybody has to acknowledge that she's a burglar. That's what it is. Same with Chirno, like I said. You call her an idiot. Like, she does something, you have to call her an idiot. Everybody has to know she's dumb. If Marisa is anywhere on the screen and interacted with, there is some kind of call-out that she is currently committing theft. Like, always. Almost without fail, there is some kind of, like, you're stealing again, aren't you? And she goes, you got me. Like, fucking swipe or no swiping. So, yeah, there you go. There you go. Alright. Run the poll. Run the poll. Dazies. Shion. Marisa. Alright. There you go. There you go. Endearing character traits are great, just not when they're dumbed down to their simplest nature. Then they get a little annoying. But I also just don't really, I don't really like Marisa that much in general. So that kind of goes along with it. They're called endearing character traits because they're aspects to the character you put up with because you like them, you like other parts of them. But when you don't really like the character, those endearing character traits just kind of come out more as, like, more things, more fuel to the fire to not like the character, right? That's how she goes. That is usually how she goes. So if you like Marisa, you probably see everything I just said as, like, streamer. That's the best part. I love when she is committing acts of burglary all the time. That's my favorite part of her character. Good for you. My favorite part of the character is like I said, it's the part that we don't get to see. The work that goes into allowing her to be Touhou number 2, you know, the second Touhou. The player character number 2. I like that. I like that a lot. Not everything needs to be a larceny joke, alright? Not everything needs to be stealing. Anyway, 71%. Chat, I've used like half of this. No, not half of this bottle. Not half of this bottle. This is a pretty good dinner, though. I gotta say. The fairies can read. They read newspapers. Fairies can read. Mystia can't read. She can read yokai text. She doesn't know Japanese. Some yokai can't read, but well, they can read, but they can't read. They can't read Japanese. Essentially, that's all. Misty is one of those characters. She is known to be illiterate, but only in the sense that she can't read. She can't read modern Japanese. She can read yokai text though, yokai script. She's just kind of the highlighted character for that. Not sure why, but she is. Super hot. Sakuya or Remilia knows English. Did you know that? I find that interesting. It's in a little omake at Forbidden Scrollery, where the Scarlet Devil Mansion sends Kozuzu a letter, and Kozuzu's ability lets her read any text. So she could read it. It's in English. She can't respond to the letter because she doesn't understand English. So, like, she can't write it. She doesn't understand it. But if she reads it, she can understand it. It's like her brain essentially converts all of it into, her brain pretty much converts it all into, it's like classic isekai shit where it's like, we speak a different language, so here, I cast translation magic, which makes you hear our language like your language, and it makes your language sound like our language to like it, you know. They just kind of have some Deus Ex Machina for stuff like that. But specifically with who was I talking about? Who was I talking about? The fuck was I just talking about? Mystia? No. Kozuzu, right. Yeah, Kozuzu can read the English, but then she tries to respond in English and she can't write the letter. But it does show that somebody at the SDM knows perfect English. They're fluent in English, which when you think about the SDM likely comes from Transylvania. Makes sense, right? European, it's Western themed, European themed. So them knowing English makes sense. Hold on. So, regarding Mistia can't read, right? But, does she understand numbers? But, if you can understand numbers, doesn't that count as reading? Does that not count as reading? Because when she gives somebody a bill, she has to be able to read the numbers, right? So she has to be able to read numbers, which means she can read. If you count numbers, she can read, right? It just means you can read numbers. So she can count. Well, we can argue semantics about it, but what we were saying is that she can't read at all. And if she can't read at all, that means she wouldn't be able to count, right? She can't read numbers. You think Mistia pays taxes? No. No, I don't think Mistia pays taxes, but she still needs to charge people. So she needs to be able to keep track of their order. And then make them pay, right? You can read a room. That's stupid. Arguing the definition of reading at that point. Yeah, I guess, but what is a number if not a letter, right? What is a number? A number is essentially just a different alphabet for other things. It's for numbers, right? You can create every number with the alphabet, but you can't create every number with the alphabet, you know? Yeah. 0 to 9 is all you need to know. That's all you need to know. Can you read music? Can Mistia read music? Actually, that's a good question. She's a singer, but she doesn't sing for the rock band. Mistia has front vocals. Kyoko has front vocals, and we know that Kyoko can read because she recites sutras. So, do you think maybe the reason why Mistia isn't front and center for singing is because she can't read? But then how does she play her instrument? I guess she reads music, but she can't sing. She can't read lyrics, so Kyoko is the main vocalist. She's the only one who sings. That's actually kind of interesting now that I think about it. Because Mistia is not the one singing in Choju Gigaku. She's not. Kyoko is. And Kyoko can read. Kyoko can write the song. She can read and write. And Mistia plays. But does Mistia sing at all? Elvis couldn't read music. Elvis didn't play instruments. What does that even mean? Elvis sings. He doesn't play instruments. He goes, yeah, that's what he does. He sings and he dances, and he has a luscious voice. Really, streamer. Could he? What? You telling me he can play a guitar? He can play a guitar? Does he know how to strum a guitar? No, he couldn't. What instrument does he play then? Huh? Tell me. What instrument does he play? What does Elvis play? What's he play? What's he play? From what I'm seeing, anybody who knows who Elvis is. That's king. That's the king to you. All right, that's the king to you. Man, be singing and dancing. I can't read music. I don't know how to read music. Do re mi fa sol la ti do. But like, you don't need to read a musical score to sing. He used a guitar. Did he just play whatever the fuck he felt like? Seems like he did. Huh? Huh? He's so real for that. And that's probably what Mystia does. That is what Mystia does. Mystia just plays the guitar. She just plays. But you can't just sing and add words when you're with another person. You can play a tune to the guitar, but you can't just make up words to add because there are certain parts. When you sing, you can't overlap the instrumentation as much unless you're like a backup vocalist. But then the backup stuff is supposed to emphasize the main stuff or be between the main stuff. So you can't just have them singing two different songs. It's confusing. But you can have Mystia play the guitar alongside with Kyoko without being able to read music because she can just kind of vibe it. And it works. It works that way. Ad-libbing. Exactly. But you can't ad-lib lyrics as much because there's a certain amount of, there's a certain amount you have to do. Again, if you just start singing fucking Cotton Eye Joe while E-I-E-I-O is going on, it's just two different songs. That's not accenting the song, right? But you could probably play two different tracks guitar, and you would have colliding sounds that would harmonize. I mean, that's what a band is. It's like 5 instruments and a singer. There's not 5 singers and an instrument, right? They don't do duets. Nobody knows. There's actually not a lot of information on Choju Gigaku. All we know is that they play late at night. They're popular with the young generation and fairies, and the older folks hate them. That's all we know about Choju Gigaku. And the picture, which shows Mystia playing guitar and Kyoko up front singing loudly into the microphone. So we don't have a lot of detail on their band, just that they have a band. Anyway, we're getting sidetracked. Oh, these are some award-winning characters to have opinions on, wouldn't you say? Alright. You know in K-On!, Yui doesn't know how to tune a guitar? I know, streamers using K-On! Here as an example. But in K-On!, Yui does not know how to tune a guitar, but she's just naturally very good at it. Like, she can literally just tune her guitar all the time without understanding it. Bad example, maybe, but the point is that you don't need to know everything to be able to do things. You don't have to follow the rules to produce things. Same goes with art, right? You don't have to know the fundamentals of art to draw. You don't. You can do whatever you want. So there's an amount of creativity that comes out of these things. You gotta go by the book. Follow the rules. Alright. So, I was thinking about my Sanyo opinion for all of 5 seconds. And here's what it is. And this is the one that gets me, I really think. Sanyo is an old lady, right? She's old. She runs a gambling parlor. She's designed after a high-profile courtesan. And she smokes. Okay? These are all irrefutable facts of Sanyo's character. Am I right? This isn't a hot take. These are all irrefutable facts of the character. Right? We all understand that? Just so we're all on the same page. Right? We're all on the same page here. Everything I just said is correct. 100% true. Yamajoru is a young woman. Sure it is. Sure it is. Anyway, the weirdest thing to me about this character is how, despite all of these aspects for the character that would paint her as older, more mature type of character, you get people who talk about how cute she is. And it's like, what kind of whiplash are you experiencing? What kind of whiplash are you experiencing here? Here we have one of the most mature characters in the entire series, and you go, man, I like her, she's so cute. Like, what? There's like 100 other characters who are defined by them being cute. And you're telling me you like this one because they're cute? Huh? What? Huh? Where are these people? I need to shake their hand. Talk to anybody who reads Lotus Eaters. Talk to anybody who reads Lotus Eaters. Saying Elderly can't be cute. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that there are many unique aspects to Sanyo's character. There are aspects to her character that no other character can claim. None. Old, gambling parlor, smoker. Like, come on. Shit writes itself. But you're telling me you like this character because you think she's cute? What the fuck? Huh? What? That is the weirdest reason to like the character I think possible. Huh? That is so weird. Like, if you look at Cherno, you're like, I like her because she's cute. Okay, yeah, she's a little fairy. She's a goofball. But Sanyo? Sanyo is not a little fairy. You know, Sanyo is a full-grown woman. She's got an occupation. She smokes a pipe. But, damn. I like that she has purple hair and not a Lunarian. Fair enough. It's like calling Eren cute. Kind of? Kind of, yeah. But even Eren is mature, but Eren is not the kind of, like, mature that Sanyo is. Like, Yashie is the closest thing to Sanyo, and Yashie is not really that at all. I don't think so, anyway. So, yeah, to me, I just think it's weird how of all the things you could say you like about Sanyo, her being cute, being one of the first ones you go to, is just like, that's strange. That's really strange to me. Because every character in this series, save for them, like some characters, like almost every character in this series can be defined as cute. But Sanyo's your favorite for that reason? I just don't get it. I don't get it. Why don't you, is it not the fact that she's old, mature? She runs a gambling parlor. She's a smoker. Why do you gotta pull the most basic fucking card imaginable? One that barely even registers to this character, might I add. Might I add. Calling Sanyo cute? Not in this house. No, sir. But if you told me you thought she was cool, sure, whatever. I don't think she's cool. Smoking's icky, gambling is lame, and old people suck. That's, who cares? So yeah, there you go. TLDR, Sanyo fans who talk about how cute she is confuse me. Because there's a lot of other reasons why you would like this character, and her being cute is certainly not one of them. That's certainly not one of them. Alright. Look at that. Look at that. Where do you get these people from? Read my fucking chat. Read the chat. Huh? You got the chat closed or something? Read the fucking chat. It's right there. Right there in the chat. It's right there. It's right above you. It's Streamer, these people aren't real. You're in the same fucking room as one of them right now. What are you talking about? They're not real. Where do you find these people? These people find me! They found me, not the other way around. I didn't go looking. I didn't go looking at all. Anyway, Cherno. What's my Cherno hot take? My Cherno hot take is, I guess. I don't know. I had an opinion I was gonna give, but that's I can't give it for this character. I gotta give it for another character. I wouldn't even say it's a hot take, but I think no character has ever quite suffered a consequence of a fandom trope worse than Cherno and the 9-Ball. I think the issue really is that I don't know what Cherno's character is supposed to be. But then after Touhou 9, her character was solidified as just dum-dum. But like, I don't know, I don't really get what her character is supposed to be. Fairies are all pretty, you know, they're all pretty stupid in nature. But like, why does Cherno get the brunt of it compared to any other fairy? All the fairies are regarded as like childish, not very smart. But then when Cherno shows up, it's like, oh, here comes this fucking guy. King Idiot over here is about to stroll on up and sit on her fucking throne. All she did was say, hi, how are you? So, yeah, Flanderization hit Cherno hard. Yeah, the 9-Ball in particular, though, like, that meme escaped containment, and it became known through past Touhou. To a point where no matter what Cherno does, some people will never actually be able to acknowledge the character as anything other than comic relief. But, like, fairies don't need to be complex characters. They don't. They can be simple-minded goofballs. But Cherno, for some reason, is... Anytime Cherno says something that, like, another fairy could say, somebody has to, like, address the elephant in the room and just be like, haha, you said that because you dumb. Like I said earlier, like, it's just... There always has to be some kind of acknowledgement to Cherno's lack of intelligence. But, like, other fairies can do whatever they want, and they don't get nearly as much, like, finger-pointing and call-outs as Cherno does. Well, she's tenacious. That's the strongest part of Cherno's character, is the fact that she does always try. I mean, Great Fairy Wars, she does take on Marisa, and she actually survives Marissa's, like, 10 different spell cards. And even though, like, Cherno is hella beat up by the end of the fight, Marisa acknowledges that, like, it kind of got a little, not like dicey, but Marisa wasn't taking her seriously. But by the end of the fight, Marisa was like, all right, okay, hold on. She was actually kind of cooking there a little bit. And there's also Touhou 16 with the Cherno route, which, by the way, the Cherno route in the extra stage is canon. That happened. That did happen. I promise you that happened. So Cherno did, in fact, meet Okina during the extra stage, and she did, in fact, beat Okina in the extra stage. That happened. I'm no joke. I'm not joking. That's real. That's real. I have circumstantial evidence that is what happened. I actually do. I'm not joking. I'm honestly not joking. Complete discography, Flat Frog 2 out of 2. 9 hours and 31 minutes. Okay. Uploaded 4 weeks ago. Show us, unless it's in the next video. It's in the next video. I can't show you. I can't show you. But that is in the next video. That is true. It is canon. Well, I mean, I believe it to be canon. So, it's actually, it was originally not a great, like, character spot, but then I ended up turning it into a cool character spot. And yes, I actually truly believe. No, you're wrong. Shut up. You're wrong. Stop talking. You're wrong. Because Cherno beat Okina. I have proof that Cherno beat Okina in the extra stage. Not visited Okina, beat her. I have irrefutable proof that she beat her. She won that fight. Stay tuned for the next video. Where's Douchey? Somebody call Douchey. Tell him I need my thumbnail. I need my thumbnail. I had to pay Premiere again, and I'm not happy about that. Where is he? He's done finals now. Tell that motherfucker I need to pay him money to draw a picture. Power scaling? No, it's not power scaling. I promise you. I promise you, it's very interesting. I promise you, it's very interesting. Alright. Anyway. I almost clicked this. We were done. We're not done yet. Poll. Baka. Baka. Crino. Alright. Nope, I can't discuss it. I'll be spoiling. Just look forward to the next video. It's 42 minutes long. It's 42 minutes long, chat. 42 minutes long. I think what I'm gonna do, chat, when I upload it, I'll upload it, but then I'll probably watch it on stream so I can talk about it a bit, because that seems like fun. But not until you've already watched it and given me my view. Alright? Give me my view and my ad revenue, and then we'll watch it together. Alright? Please do that. No, it's one piece of useless trivia for every character in the series. Minus the characters from Touhou 20 because they don't have anything. And also, I wrote the script back in December. It's June. But I took a week off and I finished the whole video. So it's just, I need a thumbnail. Sanyo, 77%. Surprising. Well, if you want, there's at least one Sanyo fan you can ask. But I stand by my opinion. I stand by my opinion. Of all the reasons to like Sanyo, being cute is not one of them. Not one of them. It's weird. That's weird. Makes me think you're full of shit. You're hiding something. The truth. You're not willing to admit it. You gotta find the most blanket reason. I like him because she's neat. That's why. She's neat. Is she? Why is she neat? Tell me. Tell me now. Tell me. Why is she neat? I don't know. You tell me. Oh, because she's extremely generic. Oh. I can't see my fucking... Wait. Dude, my milk needs to go somewhere on my desk that's not in my way. Peace off, ghost. Okay. Alright. Good thing cold wings are so good. Yummy, yummy, yummy. Dude, there are still so many characters. Thank you for the raid bar. That's 14 wings I've eaten. We're through 28 characters. Remember, every battle is 2 characters. So, we've actually made a pretty good dent. So let's keep going. Whoops. That's my arm. See it? Ba-boom. Push-up king. Not yet. Alright. I don't have abs. Or pecs. I'm still like rectangle. I'm still like rectangle built. Alright. Tie. Can I like... I didn't even think of these characters. I didn't even think of these characters, dude. I don't have anything. Do I have an Unzan hot take? Does anyone have an Unzan hot take? Does anyone even have an Unzan hot take? Like, what do you even say about this guy? I like Unzan. I think Unzan is cool. I think he's really cool. You know what? I wish he talked more. Abs are impossible. Well, you get abs by dehydrating. So you can see through the fat. If your abs are visible through your chest, it means you have, like, no body fat. So you're, like, dying. So, yeah. So, but I still work my core. I still work my core, but abs aren't just gonna fucking appear over my stomach unless I start dying. Unzan should have talked more. Genji should have talked less. Genji only talked for 1 game, my guy. Genji never said another word after Touhou 2. He never spoke again. Unzan doesn't speak at all. You get usable abs. Yeah, I know. Well, that's the thing. I'm fit enough right now. Like, I'm definitely average. I'm definitely average, but like I'm fit enough, which is to be able to pursue more, which is nice. But like you can't really see it that much on the body, kind of deal. But it has changed. It has changed me. I am able to do more stuff, but you can't see that I'm able to like drop down and just rip out push-ups. You know, you can see it to an extent, but you can't really see it. And that's like kind of where my body shape is at, where there's not a lot you can see, but like it works. It does what it needs to do. To have muscles that look like you work out, you need to work out like a fuck ton. I think people sometimes forget that. Is that like if you want your arms to look like you work out, it means that those arms can probably just casually pick up 70s. Or you've reduced your fat to a dangerous level where the only thing left on you is muscle. But yeah, usually it's just a matter of like you won't look like you lift until you're like going crazy with it. All right, anyway, yeah, I have nothing on Unzan, chat. I did not even think of him. I don't have a hot take. I think Unzan's cool. I don't think Unzan's ever been a part of anything that I thought was like weird or wrong or strange. I guess I guess if I had to give something, it'd be that I wish he did more on his own. He is held back by Ichiden. That's really what it is. Like, Ichiden's character is effectively defined by Unzan, but Unzan himself is held back by Ichiden. It's not a give and take relationship. It's Unzan is restricted. Ichiden is not that interesting, and all of her fighting capabilities comes from, you know, using Unzan. So it kind of sucks. He was disguised as Buddha once. Yeah, he can transform like that. It's pretty cool. So yeah, I guess that's the best I got, is that Unzan is held back by Ichiden. He is the much more interesting character of the two, and he is held back by her. Genji, my opinion of Genji is that I don't know. I really don't know. I like Genji. I think Genji did his job just fine in Touhou 2, but then he just stopped talking entirely until 3, 4, and 5, even though Reimu still rides on him through the entirety of those games, but he never opens his mouth. So I kind of wish, like, I get it. The dialogue between him and Reimu would have been kind of, like, you know, it's a specific level, like, writing you gotta do, or Reimu doesn't really get to interact with the characters as much as she's just talking about Genji about them, which is what she did in Touhou 2. So Genji takes away a bit from Reimu interacting with other characters, but not that much, because she still interacts with Marisa and Mima in that game pretty well. So yeah, I don't know. Genji just kind of got shut out, and he probably shouldn't have. I don't know. I don't have anything. I don't have anything on Genji. I think Genji is a completely unintrusive and inoffensive character. Yeah. You know what, chat? I'm just going to skip these two because, like, I just don't have anything, like, to say. Which means that you're going to tie it 50-50 and you're going to make me eat a fucking Deathwing. So, fuck you. Ooh. Ooh. Renosuke and Seki Banki. Okay, so this probably won't come to a shock for some of you, but we'll start with Renosuke. Cola is one of the most boring books I've ever read in my life. Actually. It may not be the worst piece of Touhou fiction that exists, but it is the most boring. It is the most boring book I have ever read in my life. Even comparing it to stuff I had to read in school for, like, book reports. Curiosities of Lotus Asia actually made me fall asleep. I have never fallen asleep reading a book before until Curiosities. I was reading a chapter and then I ended up, like, closing my eyes and just sitting there, and I jolted awake, and I have no idea how much time passed, and I forgot where I was in the chapter. The only reason I got through Cola was because I was very stubborn about reading all of the written works in chronological order, and it was like chapter 21, but it took me a couple months to read through Cola, because I would read like one chapter every couple days and be like, all right, I'm okay, I'm going now. And then by chapter 21, I was like, I fell asleep. And I knew there was only a couple chapters left, so I was able to get through it. I didn't read the Strange Creators chapters until I got to Strange Creators. I appreciate it now more than I did before, but was back when I was more new to the series, new to the characters. Cola is very boring. There is some really neat information regarding our protagonists and other characters that we get from Renosuke, but there's also a lot of just him talking about fucking who knows, who cares. Bro goes on a whole tangent about paper, and I was just like, oh yeah, yep, paper, my guy, paper. He just talks about paper, talks about like different things, and if you're into that, it's great. There's so much introspection. If you're really into that, you get no end of the workings, the inner machinations of Renosuke's mind. But for me, I was just like, what are you fucking talking about, dude? What are you talking about? I do, however, think Renosuke is a cool character. I like his design. He's sleek. He's got a good outfit. I like his inclusion in the world. And I like how he's an easy character to use as well. He's not like his job and his relationship with the protagonists and other characters. Like he's a workable character. So much so that we still see him. We see him a lot despite being kind of like, not really hard to use, but he's very unique, right? He's the most prolific male character in the series, which is something for him in that regard as well. But yeah, I just think Renosuke is a solid character. But he's, if you don't know him and you're not familiar with Touhou, or you're not as interested in things in general, then Cola is gonna kill you. Cola is 100% gonna kill you. And it's honestly better read near the end of the written works, because by that point, you'll know who Renosuke is a little bit, because he makes cameos in almost every single written work. Literally, like, almost all of them. I think Wildhorn Hermit, maybe? I don't think so, actually. There's at least one written work where Renosuke does not appear, but he does appear in everything. He does actually appear in Sengetsusei, but not in the traditional sense. There's like a chapter or something that kind of mentions him or ends up at his store, but not in the manga format. So there's no Makoto Hirasawa Renosuke, but Renosuke did have some kind of involvement in a Sengetsusei plot. I don't remember which one it was, but he was there in name, in writing, but he wasn't there in picture. So Makoto Hirasawa never actually drew Renosuke. He is in WA. I remembered that. He is in WA, obviously, because Sumireko's involved. He's in Forbidden Scrollery as well, because the Ouija board chapter. But yes, Renosuke makes a lot of appearances. A lot more appearances than other written work only characters do, for sure. And he was the first. He was kind of like the first written work character to an extent. So yeah, TLDR, Cola is very boring. Seki Banki. This is actually really easy. The Akatsuki Records song for Banki, not only does it suck, but the outfit that she's wearing is unbelievably stupid. So, yeah. That song ruined Banki art for like 3 weeks. Just absolutely fucking ruined Banki for 3 weeks. So wrong. So true. Oh boy, Glorp Chip. So true, so true, so true. Yep. No, I don't think the song is very catchy. I think it's actually quite annoying. And I think the outfit that she wears is just not that good. It's just like skin tight spandex. And it just sucked. They tried to do the same thing with Kongara and got nowhere with it. Thank God. Thank God. Keep your fucking gear. Keep your fetish gear out elsewhere. All right? Keep it elsewhere. That song sucked, and the outfit sucked too. Poll. Cole Lack. Okay. Rino Suke Sekibanki. I like Sekibanki, by the way. I think Sekibanki is a cool character. I like her design. I think she's neat. But I think that song was one of the worst things that happened to her. Even if it was one of the biggest PR boosts she's ever seen, it was all for the wrong reasons. It's like when you're idoled. It's like when an idol ends up doing a photo shoot for a Grab Your magazine. Popularity boost, all the wrong reasons. It's bad. Song was so good too. Listen, man, Akatsuki Records hasn't had a good song in like 2 years. Okay? All right? You want a hot take? There's my fucking hot take. I don't think anything they've released in like the last 2 years has actually been worth listening to more than the initial time. And even then, that's saying something. Holy wrong. No. No, man. No. I don't like their current music. I don't like their current music. 100% Bonky. Okay. Of course. You know 100% means I don't have to eat, right? Well, I guess if it's 100%, it means it's very hot, so. Whatever. No, my first Akatsuki Records song, before I knew it was Akatsuki Records, was The Cool Breeze of Summer. I love that song. Eternal Summer is the first Akatsuki Records song that I knew was Akatsuki Records, and I really, really like that song. That is one of my favorite songs in general. Akatsuki Records has a lot of really good music. They do. I think they have a lot of really good music. I just think that a lot of their recent stuff is very formulaic in the way that they do things. It's like they do everything kind of the same-ish way, and then it's just kind of like a hodgepodge mess, and then it's underwhelming. It's an underwhelming song that doesn't really deliver, or it's just annoying. Dorami song, that one's good, but that one's also from an older album that they made a PV for. That wasn't a new song that they made that for it. That was an older song they finally made a PV for. I like the Scarlet House one too, the Rockin' Duckin' Monster Scarlet Party. That one's fun. Oh, I dripped. Drippy. That's the hot stuff. Yeah, it's extremely hit or miss. I feel like if Akatsuki Records has a song I like, I really like it. If they have a song I don't like, I really don't like it. They don't have a lot of songs that I can think of that are just kind of like, it's okay. It's either like, this is terrible or this is great. Alright. Consultant is good. That one's pretty good. I like that one. That one's pretty jammy. I like the way she rolls her C's in that song. Kokokoro. Kokokoro. I think Stack has really good range. I think she's at her strongest with ballads and when her voice goes really high. But when she talk sings, falls apart. The talk singing stuff tends to fall apart for me, but she has really good range. And yeah, when she does ballads or really hits a high note, it's very good. You know that Rumia song? that Rumia song that they have, that is a primo example of talk singing, and it's not good. That's hot. Okay. Anyway, yeah. They've been hits. They're very popular. Akatsuki Records is very popular. And I do think a big reason for that is because there's a pretty large number of fans for Akatsuki Records that don't actually really care about anything but Stack's voice. So it doesn't matter what the song is. They just hear Stack and they're like, okay, this is good now. This is automatically good. I've never seen such a strong following for the singer for a Touhou group. There's a lot of vocalists that I've heard that I think have really good voices, but if the song isn't good, the song isn't good. But for some reason, Stack can do like anything, and she will have people who will be there and be like, damn, Poggy. So good. Sure, others probably do that too, but I feel like it's just, you see it the most with Akatsuki Records. She does have a very unique voice. Her voice is very unique. Cool. They added every song expected to work. You know, Akatsuki Records used to have a different, they used to have another vocalist on there in their group. But now it's just Stack. Stack just sings all of it. They just added every song expected to work. Maybe? Maybe? I don't know. I would assume maybe she's even part of writing the songs as well. I have a feeling she is. But they do have one of the things I like the most about Akatsuki Records was that they weren't really limited to any particular genre. They just kind of did what they want. And that's kind of where Stack really shines, is the fact that her range let her do so many different genres. But I just feel like a lot of the stuff they do nowadays is kind of in a certain genre, I guess. They're not as varied in genre exploration, and Stack kind of stays in a safe-ish range. So a lot of the stuff is just kind of losing me. It's kind of losing me. Kind of a shame. But no, one of my favorite songs in the entirety of like Touhou fan songs is "Eternal Summer" by Akatsuki Records. I really like that song. And "The Cool Breeze of Fresh Summer." That's good too. All right, streamer, your opinions. Alice Margatroyd. Oh my. So most of you already know this, but my opinion of Alice shot up 10 bajillion spots because of like a single doujin I read. He hates the acoustic version of Carminations. I don't like Carminations in general, but the acoustic version is terrible. The acoustic version is actually just terrible. No thanks. Bad song, even worse. It's not a hot take for Alice. I'm just saying. In particular, for Alice, do I have a hot take? I don't even think this is a hot take, but man, it's hard to find fault in women like this, huh? You know? Hard to find fault. I have the PC98 duplicates in here, by the way, so if there's anything I'm going to talk about regarding them, PC98 wise, I will leave it to the PC98 version. Talk about the fandom, no. I just did that for Bonky. I know. I'm aware. I'm just trying to think of something. Because I think if I told you my opinion, you would be like, that would be a hot take at all. Because my opinion is that I think most of the treatment that she got as a character by the fandom is unwarranted and kind of just mean-spirited. But that's not a hot take. That's just the truth. Trying to think of like an actual thing. Okay, well, you know what? Here's my take. Here's my Alice take. Here's my Alice take. Alice's popularity. All right? Alice's popularity would not be as high if it wasn't for the boots. This is real. This is real. Zoden brought her back, gave her these stupid little sock shoes. Immediately, Alfie's was like, no, put her in boots. Put her in boots. He put her in boots, and now every Alice you see, she wears boots. Defining characteristic, the boots. The boots. The boots are so powerful. The boots and stockings. Those right there account for at least 5% of all Alice fan votes, all right? That right there. That's what it is. And this is definitely not because your streamer has fetish. Alright? This is just the truth. This is just the truth. There's a reason why if you look at the Lost Word art, that's right, I'm using the Lost Word art as an example. She is wearing exactly that. This is why if you look at most fan art, you will see one or both. Almost always the boots. I don't think Alice not in boots is even like a thing anymore. Alright? They just don't do that anymore. Alright? No, the boots are more common than the stockings, but together, boots plus stockings, that's winner shit. That's winner shit. Those sock shoes are nothing. She got rid of those sock shoes, immediately she was a cooler character. Just like that. Just like that. It was literally that easy. It was that easy. See? Forgot about the sock shoes entirely. See what I mean? See what I mean? Your perception of Alice is so ingrained by her fighting game appearance that when you go back and look at her PCB and IN appearance, you're like, the fuck are you wearing? She's also hella saturated in IN. It's weird. But no, that's a lot of early characters had these like sock shoe things, and they just decided Alice gets boots. And I'm glad they did. So yeah, there you go. There's my opinion. My opinion is that Alice is well, that was going to sound weird to say. Everything that Alice wears below the waist. See what I mean when I say that sounds weird when I say it out loud like that? God damn it. Alice is... I don't even know how to phrase this. It doesn't make it sound weird. Okay, Alice's boots plus boot-related accessories are not a defining factor for her popularity, but they're definitely something that you cannot ignore when you're talking about it. Alright? Just say stockings and boots. Shut the hell up. You're gonna make it weird. You always gonna make it weird. You know who look good in stocking and boots? Both of these characters. You know why? Because stocking and boots looks great on blonde characters. I don't make the fucking rules. I don't make the rules! This is just how it goes. Alright. Lily White. What is my Lily White hot take? What is my Lily White hot take? There's no hot take. There's no hot take here. There's only Lily. There's only Lily! Alright. Okay. Alright. She only has one joke and it's not that funny. I disagree. I like when she shows up and goes, "Haru desu yo." I like that. I like that. Popularity makes no sense. She's not that popular, actually. Lily, I think Lily hovers around the 100 mark. She's really not that popular. She does have a lot of appearances in games, though. Okay. Here's my opinion, and here's this fabricated hot take, chat. Here's my fabricated hot take. I don't actually feel this way. So, Lily White and Lily Black are known to be... They were thought to be separate characters. They were confirmed to be Lily in cosplay. It's better... I think it's better to have Lily White and Lily Black be different characters, because they embody different aspects. I think that's good. That's not fabricated. That's how I feel. Here's the fabricated hot take. Lily Black should actually just be a personality disorder of Lily White. So whenever Lily experiences pain, sadness, grief, or depression, she just turns into Lily Black. I was trying to think of a character who does, like, as an example, who does this, but I couldn't think of one. Oh, wait a minute. You know what? I changed my mind. I changed my mind. What if Lily Black was like Ranma 1/2? Where if Lily, like, sneezes or you splash water on her, she just turns into Lily Black. And then, but, like, her clothes are also, like, one giant mood ring. So when she turns into Lily Black, her fucking outfit just turns black. But then she sneezes, and then she becomes Lily White again. And then she sneezes. Every time she sneezes, she completely changes personalities. That would be cool, actually. Streamer, that's Captain Underpants. You know what else? You know what else is... You know what Captain Underpants wears? He wears white underpants. And what's Lily wear? What's Lily's name? Lily's name is White. So Launch. Yes, actually. Launch. Yes, Launch would be a better example of that. But yes, if you made it so, instead of them being separate characters or just Lily cosplaying, make it so if Lily, like... What? Okay, wait, better idea. What if Lily White is actually Lily Black all the time, but she's only Lily White in the spring? So, if you see her, whenever Lily, between, like, March 21st and fucking June 21st is Lily White. And then every other day of the year, she just turns into Lily Black. So it's like she just accumulates her spring energy by being, like, gloomy and depressing. And then when March 21st hits, she fucking, like, goes Super Saiyan, flies around the world, delivers spring, and then she has to recharge. It's like a Dragon Ball. She's like a spring Dragon Ball. Wait, that's kind of cool, actually. I'm kind of spitting. These are supposed to be hot take, streamer. That's not a hot take. That's a good idea. Just, yeah. She's just like a Dragon Ball. You just bring spring, and then she has to recuperate spring for 1 year, and then she comes back and then delivers spring for the whole for spring again. She delivers spring, and then she enjoys spring, and then, you know, as it gets closer to June and summer, she starts to turn gray. She becomes Lily Gray, where she becomes lethargic, and then eventually she turns to Lily Black, where she becomes a Doom poster. They're not even hot takes. What if we add more colors? You just mean Lily should be a mood ring? Lily should be an extremely schizophrenic mood ring, where any change, it's like Mob Psycho. Wait, actually, honest to God, it's like Mob Psycho at that point. Whenever Lily experiences emotions, she just completely fucking changes. Her whole outfit changes color, and then she becomes an extremely exaggerated form of that expression, or that emotion she's feeling. Lily White is when Lily is at her happiest. Lily Black is when she is sad. The Lily, or well, not sad, but like, you know, springed out, melancholic, normal. Blue is when she's sad. Red is when she's angry. Okay. Okay. Alright. Lily Red. She's angry. The Lily Rangers. We had this idea before. We did. The Lily Rangers. Different color lilies. There's Lily White and Lily Black. What's stopping us from having all the other colors of the rainbow, right? Where's Lily Yellow? Lily Yellow is when she feels extreme glee. Where she turns pink when she blushes. Lily Pink. That's good. What about purple? Purple's when she's scared. Green is when she's envious or sick. The Lily Rangers. Okay, but those aren't hot takes. Those weren't hot takes, streamer. None of those were hot takes. Those were just like general opinions of Lily White. Yeah, that's my bad. My fabricated hot take was that I think it would be cooler if Lily Black was like a split personality from Lily White, triggered by outside means. But I don't really believe that. But now that I've said it, it actually seems like a pretty fun idea. So maybe it would be cooler than making them separate characters. I think you could do a lot more with having Lily embody all of her emotions like that as different versions of herself than just having like actually multiple Lilies in the same conference room drinking from the water cooler. Just imagine 8 fucking Lilies by the water cooler just sipping. It's like, spring's here. Yep, it's spring. Hey, it's spring. Did you know it's spring? And they all just gather around and they talk about spring with each other. And that's it. That's it. They just do that and then they go back to work because Lily, if you didn't know, works odd jobs when spring isn't around. She's a professional everything. There's no job that Lily can't handle. Alright, I changed my mind, chat. My hot take is now that Lily would be way cooler if Lily White is way cooler if Lily Black isn't a separate character. There you go. I've changed it. That's now my opinion. Lily White would be a cooler character if Lily Black was not separate from her. Just like Zun intended. Women. Lily White. Huiuti. Alright. Just fucking... Yeah, I did a fucking turnabout on myself. If you calling these polls women now, well, because these right here, these are... The one on the left is the ideal wife. The one on the right is the ideal daughter. This right here, my guy, this is what a man of my stature would like to call family. Is that so wrong? Is that so wrong? End poll. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. End poll. Alice, 70%. Gotcha. That calls for the original. So yeah, this hot sauce is actually quite good, chat. And obviously we're not finishing this today. Chat, would you like to do this again next week? But I try to find hotter sauce. I try to find hotter hot sauce. I'd like to remind you, it says 2%, but the thing is, I'm tying everything. If you didn't know, when you tie everything in this, it gets to like 50-ish%, and then it just like finishes. So there's not gonna be as many as you think. Like when you're comparing, there's over 600, obviously, but I'm clicking tie, so the characters are getting removed from the rotation. We're not gonna see duplicates. We're just gonna tie, we're gonna see everybody. It's 1 million Scoville. Is it? How can you tell? Where can you see that information? Ingredients. This is the hot one. Apple cider vinegar, habanero pepper, ghost pepper, garlic, Trinidad scorpion pepper, xanthan gum, and salt. That's the ingredients list on the Deadly Inferno one. I looked it up with the name of the sauce. No, there's no Scoville on the back. Just the ingredients list, the nutritional facts, and the tagline. There's a little thermometer that says it's insane. The original hot sauce one has it at mild. It calls it mild. And this one has guajillo peppers and puya peppers. And no ghost pepper or scorpion pepper. The Patchy One Chip Challenge. When I was younger, we played Mario Kart with the Doritos roulettes. And you just ate chips based on your placing. And some of those chips were pretty hot. But they were like commercialized hot, so they weren't actually that hot. But they could be pretty hot if you weren't ready for them. Your Honor, how do you plead? That jawline. Chin out. Alright. Here we go. It's a Carolina Reaper. I'm not really familiar with hot peppers. I'm casual with it. Like, I know what a ghost pepper is. That's right. I don't believe ghost pepper is even, like, top 3 hottest peppers anymore. But in my mind, the ghost pepper is, like, king pepper, you know? Well, the thing is, there gets a point where spice is not good. It's just painful, right? So, if you're gonna have hot sauce, I'd rather it taste good. So, chat, what is the hottest pepper that is actually produced in nature? Naturally. What is the hottest pepper nature actually produces without our meddling? Is it ghost? Really? Ghost peppers are natural? I thought for sure they were selective. That's crazy. The ghost pepper is actually a natural pepper. The fuck is the point of it being that hot then? So I guess we use that as a basis to make hotter ones. Yumeko and Kotoheime. Wow. Wow. Damn. Yumeko. You know, I remembered. I was literally thinking of this character last night. I was like, what is my Yumeko opinion? My Yumeko opinion? Pepper X. 3 times spicier than ghost pepper. Ugh. My Yumeko opinion is that Doll of Misery is not only the worst theme in Mystic Square, it might be the worst theme in the entirety of PC 98. I think Yumeko's theme sucks. Doll of Misery sucks. It has one of the worst intros to a boss song ever as well. But yeah, it might be the worst song from PC 98. That's all I got. That's all I got. Chat be like, Who cares? I don't even know what that sounds like. I don't even know what that sounds like. That's not even a real theme. Who cares? That's PC98. I've never seen PC98 in my life. But there you go. That'll make somebody mad. Is worst overall song still UFO Extra Stage? Yes. As far as mainline games go, yes, the UFO Extra Stage theme is terrible. But I'm pretty sure there's like a fighting game theme that I'm forgetting that just sounds like ass. Absolute ass. So I'm not counting it as all Touhou games. Kotoheime. What is Kotoheime? My opinion of Kotoheime? Well, let me just start by saying this. What the fuck was Zun thinking with that bomb? Her bomb in Touhou 3 is straight up. It's just a rapidly flashing screen with her face on it. That's it. That's her bomb. Why would you do that? Why would you make that a bomb? That's terrible. Terrible idea. Absolutely terrible idea. But that's not a hot take. It's hard to have a hot take on a character from Touhou 3 because they're just so pointless in general, right? Like, who cares? Who cares? Who even is this character? This character isn't even interesting. She's some kind of princess character, and she wants to arrest Reimu. Like, why? The fuck did Reimu do? What does she got against Reimu? Huh? Like they'd ever been a traffic cop. What? What? You just like the uniform, you freak! I know your type. I know how you fuckers work. Yeah, I don't really have anything on Kotoheime. Her name means Little Rabbit Princess. That's all I got. She would never make it in San Andreas. She was supposed to be the replacement, or the skin for Carl, or CJ. That's actually the funniest thing about GTA SA, I think. So the reason it's Kotoheime is because the mod was made by GP. GP is actually responsible for English patches for PC98 games. GP was responsible for being able to play those games in English, and he made the Touhou SA mod, and that's why he made the CJ model supposed to be like Kotoheime, but you can make the model anything, but the model causes issues with cutscenes and stuff, so it's kind of not something you want to have on all the time. So I didn't bother putting it on at all, because as you saw in the early streams of GTA SA, I was driving in the void. Like, I had a really fucked up copy. Like by like I think the 4th or 5th part, after numerous crashes, void driving and stuff, like GP just like straight up contacted me and like helped me with that, and then I got a version that worked perfect, and we could just play the game at that point. So I owe the entirety of that series to him. Not just because he made it, but because he actually got it running consistently. And honestly, the funniest part about that was the fact that everybody was a Touhou character except CJ. So CJ was in all these fucking cutscenes talking to these characters, and it was just Carl Johnson. That's it. It's just Carl Johnson, and fucking the blind dude was replaced by Shinky. So just fucking Carl Johnson is just hanging out playing video games with Shinky, and Shinky's like, you know how to swim? And I had to go swim. CJ was almost taller than everyone. Yeah. Yep. And then 12 parts in, I found the button that lets you throw a fucking lets you throw a gohei that explodes. I did not know you could do that. I never pressed that button for nearly 13 hours of playing the game. And then as soon as I found it, I killed myself at least 5 times and tried to cheese almost every mission that started pissing me off with it. Oh my god. Oh, those were the days, boys. Those were the days. What do you think? You think how many chat? How many views do you think that one got? Let me see. Look at this. GTA. 18 parts I played. 18 parts. Look at that. 18,000 for the first part. Partially blocked. What? Fantastic Voyage. What? BMG. How could I just kill a man? It's SME. Colombia. Partially blocked. Where is it blocked at? It's blocked in Russia. That's it. Well, okay. It's blocked in Russia. It's why? Why is it only blocked in Russia? Well, I have a feeling that most people on the internet in Russia probably have a VPN specifically because stuff like that, any form of fucking blocking like that just hits Russia for no reason. That's not the first time I've seen that, but yeah, it happened in Human Spirit Agency as well. The second last part of Human Spirit Agency got partially blocked in Russia because of a song. Anyway, I have not actually said a single opinion about Kotoheime. So, yeah. Anybody from the chat want to give a hot take that I can read and treat as my own? Because I don't have anything for Kotoheime. I got nothing. There's nothing. There's nothing to be angry about with this character. There's just nothing. I got nothing. I don't think anybody has anything. Her outfit should be replaced by a uniform. Okay. Alright, okay. Yeah. Poll. Okay, alright. There you go. There's your poll. Yumeko is hotter than Sakuya. No. No, you are incorrect. You are incorrect. Did you vote? Did everybody vote? Okay, I'm gonna end. The winner is Yumeko. Wow. Thanks for voting, everybody. Okay. Here's my next wing. Rolling, 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 rolling. Do you like how the lighting has changed? Because my curtain's now closed, but it's also, it's dark outside. Why is my face so fucking yellow? What the fuck? Wait, chat, you can see my monitors reflected in my shades. Do you see that? Look at that. You can see my whole setup. Ain't that crazy? You can also see the big gap in my front teeth. See that? I have a big gap in the middle of my teeth. I don't know why I'm yellow. Might be the lighting. Yummy. Is my skin turning orange? Do you think? Stand up. Okay. Look at that rectangle body. Now I'm just a cloth. Warm light? No, it's white. Let me turn it off. Wow. The camera has like natural light applied to it because it's dark in my room. Or it's just the monitor's reflection. It's probably all just... Stretch my back. Alright. We got a couple more, I think, before we're done for the day. Yeah, I looked pasty earlier today. Why, just the other day. Alright. Ooh, boony, sunny, snooey. My Reisen Udongen Inaba Apinyat. Oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. Oh man. That wascally wabbit. Oops. I right clicked. Alright. Let me think. There's all kinds of opinions you can throw on Racing. She looks kind of bleh without the blazer. Yes. What the fuck is going on with that? Oh, I clicked it, that's why. Okay, well, Grayson's gun is stupid as shit. I hate her dumb fucking gun. It's dumb. Do you think it's Raison's fault that all the other moon rabbits aren't popular? You think it's her fault? Maybe it's her fault. Yo, Cyclops. Okay, well, I guess... I'm thinking. I'm here. I think, most works of fiction tend to pick on racing a lot. They're not always a bad thing, but it does kind of make you feel bad sometimes. If I had to pick, I guess I would say, I wouldn't say it's a hot take, personally. But I think that Inaba of the Moon and Inaba of the Earth isn't actually bad. It's just trying to read it, trying to binge read it, is a terrible idea. As kind of like a couple chapters at a time type of deal, it's fine. But if you binge read it, it just kind of sucks, because it's just picking on racing for the majority of it, and it's not even always Tay doing it. It mostly is, but like everybody digs at racing to a point where it's not really fun anymore. You start to feel bad for her. But if you read it just kind of sporadically, a couple chapters every now and again, then they're just kind of like cute little 4-comas. They're like the Saturday morning funnies, you know? You open the paper, you read the comics, you go, ha ha ha, oh, that Garfield. And then you read about his misadventures next week, and by next week, he could do the same thing, and you'd be like, ha ha ha, oh, that Garfield. But if you just read every Garfield comic in a row, you'd be like, God, John, this fucking cat, you should probably get rid of it. Piece of shit assholes ruining your life, right? There's a difference. So I guess what I'm saying is that Inaba of the Moon and Inaba of the Earth is the equivalent in quality to a Garfield comic. Which, yeah. Okay. Sure. Let's go with that. Let's go with that. Inaba of the Moon and Inaba of the Earth should be enjoyed the same way you would enjoy Garfield comics, which puts it at the level of Garfield comics. There you go. Why does she have 3 names? Because 3 different people named her, if you can believe it. Raisin was a name given to her by the Watatskis. Udon Game was a name given to her by Eren, and Inaba is a name given to her by Kaguya. So there you go. Her name is Udong. Udong. Ein. That's her name. Raise your dongers. Raisin called her a dong. Or sorry, Eden called her a dong. It simply is the truth. That's all. That's all. So yeah, there you go. So you want... Now, here's my Sunny opinion. I actually thought about this one. This is the one I was referring to when I was talking about Cherno earlier. Is Sunny Milk is Cherno if Cherno was written well. There you go. There's my opinion. That is my opinion. Sunny Milk has similar personality traits to Cherno, but she is not written like an idiot. She's not written in a way where everybody calls her stupid. But she's the leader type. She is headstrong. She acts before she thinks. She's outgoing. She's boisterous. So Sunny is what is Cherno if Cherno was written well. Because none of the negatives that Cherno sees for her character, Sunny sees the same way. None of them. But Sunny is very similar to Cherno in a lot of ways. And Sunny is just a better written Cherno. He's wrong. No, he's right. He's right. Sunny is the leader of the 3 fairies. Cherno is the leader of the... Well, not really leader, but she is kind of the leader of the fairies of the Misty Lake. And like I said, both of them are they're tomboyish. They're outgoing. They're fairies, so they're similar intelligence. But for some reason, when Sunny does something, it's never quite the same as when Cherno does it. In fact, in Sengetsu say there's numerous times where Sunny and Luna and Star utilize Chirno by stroking her ego, and then they make a snide remark about her stupidity, but like all of them are all doing the stupid anyway, but no one ever gives them flack for it, right? I wouldn't boil it down to that. I'm gonna boil it down to that. Their abilities are different, but I think in general their attitudes and personalities are similar enough, but like the flaws of Sunny's characters aren't really the same, in the sense that people don't finger everything Sunny says and be like, that's stupid, you're stupid. Whereas Chirno can't even fucking exist somewhere without somebody calling her stupid. Like legitimately, if you could just like put a picture of Chirno on the wall, and then you could in a room, and then you can walk in the room and somebody be like, Baka! And then, you know, that like Chirno hasn't even done anything, but that's how they identify her. If I put Sunny on the wall, someone will be like, who's that? So that's where Sunny differs. Sunny does not have that brand recognition that Chirno does, which is probably for the best. There you go. There's my opinion. There's nothing similar about their powers. I'm just talking specifically with their personalities. So there you go. There's my opinions. Garfield Racing comic, and Sunny is better Chirno. Isn't that crazy? All right, here's the poll, jackasses. Here you go. Banui or Snooey? Laysen. Sunny. Milk. Use her full name. Alright. Manga debut buff. You know, I find it interesting that Sunny, Luna, and Star debuted in 2005 with Strange and Eastern Bright Nature Deity. Or whatever the first one is. Eastern Nature Deity. I can't remember the names of the first and second one very well. But they debuted in 2005. And then their series just kind of went cold for a couple years. And then they came back with Makoto Hirasawa behind the wheel. And then they got Fairy Wars eventually. And it's interesting to me because when I think of Sengetsu, I think of Fairy Wars. I treat them as like spin-off game characters. Just because if you look at them chronologically, they released in 2005 around like other, you know, stuff like 8, 9, 10, like in that kind of bubble. But it doesn't feel like Sunny, Luna, and Star were the same time as characters like Renosuke and Silent Sinner and Blue, right? It feels weird to say that. But if you talk about Sunny, Luna, and Star in the time frame of between 12 and 13, it feels natural. Referring to Fairy Wars 12.8 as like their game feels natural, even though they started as manga. Like manga characters. I think that's really neat. Aya's similar. Aya debuted in her own written work 5 days or so before 9 came out, and then she was a playable character in that. But people don't really associate Aya with written works characters. She was a boss and a playable character twice in the series. It's kind of interesting how that people sort certain things, I suppose, because people do sort the three fairies in with the written work characters. They do, but I think it's okay to have them kind of exist in spin-off character land because they have their own game, even though it's not technically correct. Anyway, that's at 75% Sunny, I believe. So 20 years ago. Yes, that is correct. Sunny Milk is 20 years old. 20 years old. Next year, I'm going to take her out. I'm going to give her a spiked eggnog for the holiday season. First time I ever had eggnog, I thought it tasted nasty. What do you mix with eggnog anyway, alcohol-wise? I know you can, but is it like milk? Do you mix it with stuff that you would mix with milk, or do you mix it with something else like specific to it? Like vodka? Well, yeah, like that's called a White Russian, right? A vodka and milk. So, can you mix vodka with eggnog? Is eggnog pretty much the same base, like milk? Rum? What's eggnog? I don't know. I don't know, but it shows up in stores at the end of November, and it tastes great, but it's expensive. It's good though. All right, chat. We got one more. We're gonna do one more today because I am out of milk and out of hunger. Not out of wings though. Believe it or not, I am not out of wings. We're gonna do our last one. Get ready. Man, this ain't shit. This ain't shit. Rukoto? Who the fuck cares about Rukoto? Nobody in the world cares about Rukoto. Nobody. Anybody who tells you they like Rukoto is just, they just really want to be perceived as something different. That's all. That's it. Fuck that. Or they're talking about the character that Rukoto's based on. They're not talking about Rukoto herself. They don't give a fuck about her. She powered down. She runs on nuclear power. Wagasaki Hime. What is my Wagasaki Hime opinion? Oh. Here's maybe this is kind of mean to say actually, but like Kagero and Wagasaki Hime know each other. They knew each other prior to the events of Touhou 14. Because Kagero mentions offhand that she tried to eat her once. So they're friends, but people tend to pair all three of them. All three of the early stage bosses as a group, the Grassroots Yokai Network. Thing is, I don't know if Wagasaki and Sekibanki have anything in common at all. I'm not sure, like, I don't know if Wagasaki Hime would actually be friends with Sekibanki at all. Just thinking about that. I'd like them to be friends, but would they get along at all? Think about how many times you see. Have you ever actually seen art of Banki and Wagasaki together alone? Like legitimately. I can't think of a single image. I can't think of a single image of just those two alone. It's either all three of them, or it's Kagero and Wagasaki. When I made my shipping video, I actually found that Kagero and Wagasaki had a pretty decent amount of stuff to them. Sekibanki had next to nothing. Sekibanki had more with Kogasa than Wagasaki Hime and Kagero. Do you know where that ship came from? Because according to the Pixiv Encyclopedia, a portion of the reason why that ship exists is because they were seen together in a background panel in Wild and Horn Hermit. That was all they needed. Yet Seki Banki is supposed to be friends with Kagero and Wagasaki Hime. Yet there's not as much traction to that. And you can't even tell me that it's because Wagasaki Hime and Kagero are the more popular ship. Because, as I've learned, human beings have very unethical fetish. So, no. I won't hear that. So yeah, I guess the hot take there is that I don't understand how Wagasaki and Seki Banki could be friends. I don't. I don't know how they could be friends. I don't even know what they would talk about, what they would engage in conversation with. How would they be friends? I've told this story before. I actually have an explanation. I told this story before, and chat told me it was very good, so I can say it again. So I already know chat knows it's a good opinion. But my idea for how they met was that one day Wagasaki was hanging out by the river, and then she dropped her head in the river. And if you know anything about Dullahans, they're known to, if you want to escape a Dullahan, you were told to cross a river. The reason for that is because Dullahans will not risk crossing rivers, because if they drop their head in the water, and running water, they're never going to find their head again. Ever. So they never risk crossing flowing bodies of water because then they might lose their head. So my idea is that Banki, being as standoffish as she is, drops her head in the river. And as you know, the river from Yokai Mountain flows into the Misty Lake. So something happens, she loses her head, it ends up in the river. She follows the river. She knows where the river goes, hoping anyway that it ends up there. And she's panicking, and then, you know, Wagasaki finds her head, and everything is okay, and that's how they meet. And then they're friends like that. Because how else would Seki Banki meet Wagasaki? Wagasaki can't leave the fucking lake. So there you go. But that is a very good reason. That's a very good reason why they would meet. How would she meet Kagero? Wagasaki would introduce her. There you go. See, you only need to meet with one of them, and then the other one introduces. Would Seki Banki actually meet Kagero? I don't think so. I have no idea what those two would talk about either. Banki is like, I bet a common element you could do with Banki is feeling like she's a third wheel in the friendship, which probably feels worse. That kind of feels bad. Like, obviously, Kagero and Wagasaki, he may get along really well. Banki is their friend, and they like her, but then she feels like, you know, they're not as good friends. Because Kagero and Wagasaki were friends longer. And Banki's so cold and mean sometimes that she pushes them away. And there you go. I've created a character drama for you. I've created character drama. Okay. Well, anyway, we'll do one more just because Rukoto isn't really a character. But, yeah, my opinion of Rukoto, nobody cares. But, Wagasaki Hime, my opinion is that there's no real, this isn't really a very believable reason as to why her and Seki Banki would be friends. Aside from because I said so. So, yeah, I just don't think they would be friends. I don't think they would be friends without extenuating circumstances forcing them to interact, which is not something that happened as far as we know. We can believe it happened, maybe, but yeah. There you go. I skipped the poll on that one. Oh, man. Mai and Miko. I don't have a hot take on Mai. I don't. I can't possibly have a hot take on Mai because my opinion on Mai is that she's a huge bitch. I do not like Mai. She is a terrible friend. She's a terrible person. Fuck Mai. So, that's it. That's all I got this. I don't have a hot take. Alright. Well, I guess how he makes that hard to do. I don't think so. I think, there's a decent amount of set pieces you could use with flowing bodies of water, because she can go up the river to Yokai Mountain and down the stream to the human village, but also base of operations can be at the Misty Lake, which a lot of stuff is connected to the Misty Lake in some way, right? It's not really, like, I've seen, like, wheelbarrows and stuff, people using wheelbarrows to wheel her around. If you're okay with drawing a wheelbarrow every fucking panel, you could definitely include her in hijinks, for sure. Could also ask Patchy for give her a Sandy helmet, a reverse Sandy helmet, where she has a fucking, you know, like SpongeBob and Patrick have on. They get a bowl of water on their head, so they can breathe. But she can't walk. That's the problem. And I don't think it's that she can't breathe; it's she can't walk. Just tell her to do handstands, walk on her hands. Can she fly? No, actually. It's weird, because it seems like Wagasaki is one of the few characters in the series who actually can't fly. Based on where you see her in game, she's always on the surface of the water. The weird part is that she's also in the Grimoire of Usami, where she's participating in the fireworks display, which would require her to be flying in the air and putting on the fireworks show. So I don't really have an answer for you, but yeah. You could assume she could fly, but most, if not all, of her appearances explicitly show her partially in the water. Alright. So then, Miko. Well, I think I've already said this before, but Miko's boss theme is one of the weakest themes in Touhou in general. It doesn't go anywhere, and it's not a good finale theme. It's probably the weakest boss theme in all of Windows. I don't like Doll of Misery, though, as you know. The covers are great. Yes, the covers of every theme are good, because they know how to use the instrumentation and take it somewhere. My problem with Miko's theme is that it's not the beat, it's the fact that there's no payout to the theme. It has build-out, and then it doesn't deliver. That's my problem with it. It just doesn't deliver on what it's building up to. It's like when Skrillex went up on stage during the Game Awards for like 3 minutes, and he was like building up a song, and then he said thank you and then left, and everyone was like, the fuck was that guy doing here? What was that? Like that's how Miko's theme feels to me. Like, it's supposed to be building up for something, and then when it feels like it's coming, it just loops again, and you're like, wait, what? What do you mean? Where? Huh? So yeah, I think Miko's theme is very weak. I like her hair. I like her attitude. I like her outfit. She's pretty cool. Miko's a pretty cool character. But I think her theme is extremely weak. Kokoto's theme isn't that exciting either. I agree with that. But I like it because I like her theme because it's so, it's not really flat, but it doesn't go crazy, because that's kind of how Kokoto is. Kokoto is a character, a newly born Tsukumogami, who can't emote without her masks, right? So she has a constant poker face. So her theme, I think, is reflective. It's called Lost Emotion. Like, her theme is called Lost Emotion, so the theme lacks any real direct feeling of emotion in it, except for the kind that you would expect from one who is empty, right? Like melancholy. I think it's a good theme. Miko's issue is that Miko is a grand ass fucking character. She is extremely flamboyant. She is very over the top. And then her theme is like a fake kind of humble that doesn't fit her at all. It just doesn't fit her. It feels too humble for how flashy she is. Granted, maybe she wasn't as flashy in her debut, but in the fighting game, she is omega flashy. She grabs that big fucking cape, and she does all these stupid poses whenever she does anything. She is so... Oh, she's so extra, dude. Alright, you know what? Let's do one more. Because again, I don't have anything for Mai. Mai is not a good character. I don't have an opinion of Mai other than that I don't like her. She's not a good character. So we'll do one more just because I don't have anything to compare to it. Koishi, Koishi, Koishi. Yep. Koishi. Alright. Koishi and Yuma. So my Koishi opinion, I don't like Koishi very much, as most of you know. She's not my favorite character. But she didn't really gain an immense amount of popularity until her fighting game appearance. And honestly, I hate that special attack. Koishi's knife is probably one of the worst things ever to happen to a character in the series after the fact. I think that completely destroyed the character and made every interpretation of her possible into some kind of psychopath. Whereas before, granted, she didn't have a lot of personality, but that was kind of the whole deal with her, is she doesn't have emotions. She's very expressive, but she doesn't have emotions. But all anyone can see from her now is, you know, psycho killer, qu'est-ce que c'est. So yeah, I think the knife is the worst thing to happen to Koishi, but it's probably the biggest influence on a character's popularity that's ever happened in the series. I don't know what Koishi was ranking. I mean, I do. I can look at it in the popularity polls, but Koishi's popularity notably increased after the fighting games, and I do believe it has to do with the general nature of her, and then giving her a knife that she walks around with, just fully leaning into that like absolute wacko shit. And obviously there's Heart-Throbbing Adventure, which is probably the worst piece of fiction ever. Yeah. Probably the worst piece of fiction ever. And when people talk about it excitedly, I just have the strongest desire to disappear from the conversation. I just don't want to be a part of it. In terms of Touhou, it's really bad. Have you ever even read it? No, I've seen bits and pieces, unfortunately, through osmosis. But I can't stand the art style. That's the first big issue I have with it. I can't stand the art style. I think it looks ugly as sin. And just hearing about it, all the shit that happens, it's just like, what is this? This is a joke. This is a joke that went too far. And some people unironically really like it. And it's like, I don't think that's really a huge contributor to Koishi's popularity, but I think it's a shame that some people can only see that in this character. And I do think that Koishi's entire character has been sullied beyond repair for some people. For better or for worse, I guess, for them. I think it's supposed to be a shitpost. I don't know, dude. I don't know. I'm just saying that there are some people who unironically love that shit. And like when the artist came back a year ago, artist randomly came back, people were like popping off like fucking Jesus rose from the grave. There were accounts that were like, oh my god, look at this. The artist for the Koishi, they posted art on their Pixiv first time. Oh my god, look at this. It's like good lord, dude. Oh my god. Oh my god. And listen, I like Osana Reimu. I like that one. I like what that one does with characters. I'm not saying I don't like fan works or anything like that, but Koishi's just annoys me. But the thing is, I didn't really care about Koishi even before I knew about that. It's just something I don't like about her, I guess. Which is funny because I love her sister. Satori is one of my favorite characters. Easily. Like, easily one of my favorite characters. And I look at her sister and I'm just like... And? But like, with Flandre and Remilia, I like Remy more. But I still like Flandre. But, and Shion, I don't really like Shion that much. I like Jun a lot. But then with Koishi and Satori, it's just like, I just really don't care about Koishi. But then I like her sister a lot. Oh yeah, there you go. There's my opinion. My opinion is that Koishi's character has been utterly ruined, but for many different reasons. But the main one being the knife that she got. Yuma. What's my Yuma opinion? Well, the easy thing to say here is that whatever Zun decided about this character should be scrubbed from the record. That's not a hot take, though. That's not a hot take. That's just the truth. Whatever the fuck Zun was smoking when he made her in Touhou 19, he needs to get off that shit. He had a killer design in 17.5 and he fucking ruined it. Why did he ruin it like that? Why did he ruin it like that? So that's not a hot take. That's not a hot take. No, not that. So what is a hot take about this character? I don't know, because I like this character a lot. I will say, I did not, like, Yuma, first time I saw Yuma, like, I had an idea of what the Eagle leader would look like. I did. I honestly assumed the Eagle leader would be bigger than, like, Yashie and Saki. I can't really explain what she'd look like per se, but my mental, like, image of the Eagles leader was somebody who was considered older than Yashie or Saki, and also one of those characters who feigns, like, you know, feigns calmness, but like when they snap, they get really ugly, like really ugly. But they're just really good at keeping their cool that people don't see that. And then I saw Yuma and I was like, what the fuck? Who is this? Who the hell is this? I don't even know who this is. She's like 3'9". She's got a giant spoon. And she's smiling with sharp, jagged teeth. Like, this is not what I had in mind. And then I was like, wait, she's actually kind of cool. And then, like, after, like, it didn't take that long. But I was like, wait, actually, I kind of dig this. And then immediately, I liked her. I think she's great. She is the furthest thing from what I thought the Eagle leader would look like. But it turns out that's a good thing because I actually really like her. So yeah, I don't really have a hot take. I don't really have a hot take because I think the only opinion I really have of Yuma is that her 17.5 design is so much better. And then, like, okay, here's my hot take. Zun shouldn't be allowed to change things that are established in previous games. You know what? Fuck that guy. What does he know? He doesn't know anything. I hate when he does that shit. Look what he did to Suika in Touhou 19. Changed her hair color. Made her, like, tall. She's supposed to be gremlin size. Who lets this guy write this shit? Diabolical take? No, it's right. It's true. Zun should not be allowed to adjust any character design that is established in canon in a game where he is not the artist for. Because he laid out the design sheet, and the artist took over from there, and then he just decides, no, actually, it's not like that. No. Made your bed. Fucking shit in it too, asshole. He didn't change her hair color. What are you talking about? Suika has like 3 different hair colors. Suika's hair color and her character art does not match up to her player sprite in the fighting games. She also has her hair is kind of orangey in her little or not player sprite, but her little boss sprite in the spin-off games. Zun made her hair like fucking light orange. It's a completely different color in 19. Completely different color. Why are you looking at me like that? Why are you looking at me like that? Can you name a single character that Zun... Can you name a single character that debuted in not Zun art that Zun later made art for that was good or better? Can you name one? Can you name one? One where Zun did it better than another artist he outsourced to. Very small sample size, which means it shouldn't be hard to look through them all. Wasn't Jun pretty good? Where did he draw Jun? Where did he draw Jun? If you're talking about the Omekuji where he drew her face, that doesn't count. Sumireko? Oh, wait. You know what? I'll give you that. I'll give you that. Zun didn't change... Actually, he did. You know what? He did. Zun did change something about Sumireko. He gave her short sleeves. I don't know why. What's even weirder is short sleeve Sumireko is actually the most common Sumireko we see in all other pieces of media that feature Sumireko. She only wears the long sleeves in the fighting games. That's it. She just wears them in the fighting games. So the only thing he changed was her sleeves, but he also made Sumireko, and Sumireko is Sumireko, so, you know. You know. But no, I think, yeah, there you go. There's my hot take. Based on Yuma, Zun should not be allowed to adjust designs when they've already been established in a game he didn't do the art for. There you go. That's my Yuma take. Because it's most obvious with Yuma. Most obvious with Yuma. Now that is a take. That is a take that everybody should agree with. Yep. Yuma. This is the final wing, chat. Summer outfit. Ooh. 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 Let me tell you. New video coming out. When it comes out. I'm just telling you, when it comes out. Somebody call Douchey. Tell him my money is waiting to go to him. Come on. Alright, come on. I might as well get my wing ready. What's my final? The silver buttons on Yuma 70.5? No, actually. The fork and knife buttons on her front were added by Zun. They were. But those, who cares? He took away her smile. He took away her winning smile. Dead even. Fuck you guys. You did that on purpose. You did that on purpose because you knew it was the last one. I'm telling you, chat. I'm telling you, when we're done streamers' hot takes, it'll be your turn. I want you to send me your hot takes because I know that you guys are full of shitty opinions. So I would love to have them on my stream so I can absolutely rip into them or agree with them if they're actually right. Got some cooking. Put them in a notepad and send them anonymously. That's what you need to do. I'll make a Google for them and you can submit them anonymously and then I'll look through them. And then I'll be like, glorp. And then we'll go from there. That seems like fun. But I figured it'd be best if I did my own first. Even though not a lot of these have been what you'd call hot takes, I suppose. Some of them have been, according to certain people. Alright. So yeah, so mine are limited to characters, but you could have hot takes about anything in Touhou. So yeah, I think that'd be entertaining. But yeah, I felt like it'd be better if I did my own first. You know, they say don't ask people to do something you're not prepared to do yourself. There's a lot of characters. Now, you don't have to eat hot chip when your opinion is shit. You can if you want. Wouldn't recommend. This is the super hot sauce. Alright. The Alice one is spicy. No, it was true. At least 5% of Alice's popularity comes from her footwear and what she wears over her legs. And if that wasn't true, then people wouldn't draw her in boots and stockings all the fucking time. Alright? They would draw her with her stupid little sock shoes, but they don't. They draw her with the boots. Oh god, I don't want to do this. Why? Why is it that it doesn't, like when I'm eating the fucking thing, it's fine, but then as soon as I'm done eating, my mouth is like, I'm out. There's like nothing in that. Air, not good. Air. Aboba. This doesn't help. Okay. Tie. Oh, next time. Next time on Dragon Ball Z. Oh, hold on. I just need to post this to like. Alright. 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 I'm just gonna post this in the. Oh god. What? It didn't post. Why isn't it posting? Save progress. Oh, that's why. I didn't copy it. Pin, just in case. Oh yeah, pin it! Yeah! Alright. Okay, chat. Well, I hope you enjoyed, because I did, and I got to eat wings. Pretty good. So yeah, I think we'll resume next week. I'll see if I can find a hotter sauce. But yeah, start thinking of your own hot takes, and be ready to pass them on to the streamer at a later date. There's still plenty of characters left. We're on battle 23. Sorry. We're on battle 23, which means we're on, these are characters 45 and 46. So we're almost a third of the way through. We're getting there. We're getting there. And some are, you know, better than others. It's fun discussion. Get to talk about characters. Give my opinions. Eat wings. I get to eat hot chip and not lie. So, yeah. So if you got any opinions, hot takes, You don't have to share them in the comments section. Just write them in a notepad and be ready to send them when I collect them. I'll get a collection of viewer hot takes, and I will. Don't worry, I will be. I will. I will vet them. I will vet them because I don't want to hear certain opinions that aren't really relevant to Touhou. I don't want to hear your political opinion either. So we need to make sure that it's fun for the stream. Your take can be as bad as you want. You don't have to own up to it. Will I laugh at it? If I don't agree, maybe. I might agree with it. You never know. Chat might agree with you too. So we'll see. So if you got an opinion, write it down, save it, hold on to it, and be ready to send it to me when I need them. And you can be part of history. The worst history imaginable. There'll be quite a few winners. Bro, yesterday taught me that nothing I could tell you today was ever going to be as good as some random person pulling up in the chat was. Alright? Provoking thought and not rage bait. Yeah, people might rage bait, but I want to believe that people are giving their opinions, the actual opinions. They may be shit, but I'm giving them an avenue to release their shit into the wind. Anonymously, of course. So yeah, bear that in mind. For now, though, chat, thanks for watching. We'll resume this next time. Will it go faster? I don't know. I'll probably get to thinking a bit more. I have more time to think about other characters. I actually do have, I have something for Kozuzu. Not Kwakama, but I did have something for Kozuzu. So you'll hear that next week for sure. And trust me, that one, I don't even think that one's going to be a hot take so much as it's going to be a bit of a moment for the chat, you know. But yeah, thanks for watching. Hope you enjoyed this little thing we're doing. And be ready with your hot takes sometime in the future.